taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louis was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Watch for a crash southbound I-95 at 10th Avenue North. A collision in the right lanes of the northbound turnpike at Glades Road. The westbound lanes of Southern Boulevard have reopened between Australian Avenue and Military Trail. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250 keyword, West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Do you know what time it is?
Do you know what time it is?
It's time to celebrate National Spinach Day.
It is March 26th. It is National Spinach Day.
Eat your spinach.
More spinach.
National Spinach Day.
I got this can of spinach.
Dude, is this spinach?
You're supposed to eat the spinach.
I'm strong to the spinach because I eat me spinach.
3, 2, 1.
It's showtime.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we got to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yes, it is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. Hope you listen to Rover and his crew. We got a lot always for you every day. We throw it at you fast and hard. Hopefully you can take it because we think you can. Dave Matthews tickets today at 11:45. That is awesome. A lot going on in the sports world tied to gambling. We'll get into that a little. And text messages, when you send them, do you ever think maybe somebody else is reading them than the person you're sending it to? Something to think about. A lot going on today in the Penthouse on a Fat Tuesday, but we couldn't do a Penthouse unless we had a full crew. And good morning, Jimmy.
Hello and good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you. And of course, hello, Francis.
Hi, hello. What's going on?
What's going on? Didn't get a text message to pick you up today, so I just drove around your house for an hour.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
That was you. I thought that car looked familiar.
And my dogs. Why were you there too? What's going on?
Oh, well, you know, I just want to make sure you had a ride.
I was wondering why my dogs are going crazy. That's why.
That's it. Woof, woof.
Got it.
It is a Tuesday on the Penthouse. If you guys want to get involved, you can call us at 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Well, Franny, what is a zombie attack? I don't even know what that is.
What is a zombie attack? It's yes, you don't know what zombies are?
It's my best Walking Dead
Yes, there you go.
impression.
Walking Dead. Yeah, zombies. They come back from the dead and then they want to eat you.
Oh, wow. Not great.
So
I'm safe. They only go after people with brains.
So
Really?
That's it. They eat brains.
They love brains.
What do you think is worse, zombies or the organized crime?
Well, zombies don't exist.
Yeah, we're gonna. That's a real business.
So they always just joke around about it. You know, if there's a zombie apocalypse to hit, what would you do? Some people really think that it is eventually going to happen, and they have bunkers, and it's not because they think it's going to be, this end of the world kind of thing. They think zombies.
Yeah.
I know a lot of places to hide.
Thanks to The Walking Dead.
Yes, they do. So this is funny. Cornell University weighed in on a topic asking, hey, where are the best places? And they were talking about in each state to hide should there be a zombie apocalypse. So they came up with the best places here in Florida. And 9 of them. One of them, the Florida Citrus Tower. They said in a zombie outbreak, cities with large populations would be huge vectors for transmission. But Claremont, which is Florida, has a population of less than 50,000 people, according to that. They said being so close to Orlando, it's a great place for city residents to flee to. And there's this big 226-foot tall Florida Citrus Tower, which would keep you up high and away from the zombies down below. So that was the first place they had on there. I'm not familiar with the Citrus Tower. I even saw a picture. It's the first time I'm ever looking at this.
And if I remember right, watching The Walking Dead, they can't climb.
There you go.
So you're
see,
good. You're good in a high place like that, right? Yeah. So get a tree for it.
This one I know, the Kennedy Bunker, right there at Peanut Island.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the 1960s, the U.S. was in the midst of nuclear tensions with Cuba and the USSR. And then President John F. Kennedy snowbird at his family estate in Palm Beach. And they created this bunker on Peanut Island. Have you guys ever been down there?
No, have you?
Yeah,
no.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, is it?
They closed it down for a while. But the bunker is still there today.
Wow.
And they say it's located on the island. It could be a great place to hole up, making it a decent, they call it a hidey hole, in the event of a zombie breakout.
Do they give tours there now, currently?
They used to. You know what? It's been a long time.
They closed it down during COVID, right?
Yeah,
I'm
not sure. I haven't actually been on the island itself in a while.
I would check it out.
Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty cool. They have the cigars
we
there.
go and hang out in the water and stuff, but it's been a while since I've actually been on Peanut Island. Right. Costco. Costco made the list.
Wow.
They said
no brains there.
Only in your state suggests that taking over Costco or another type of big box store could allow you to live for years off of the supplies kept inside. Yeah. So they said Costco is known for having a diverse array of supplies, which could keep survivors stocked up on foods, entertainment, tools, and other necessities. There you go. Let's see what else we have in here. The Florida Everglades. Because outbreaks carry much more easily and densely populated areas, the Florida Everglades could help keep you insulated from a zombie outbreak. Plenty of water and other natural barriers that adhere to the area. They said meaning that such an outbreak would take much longer to reach you. Yep. Then we have on here a houseboat. Get a houseboat. They have houseboat grants protection by situating you in a body of water, and you can keep it as well stocked as you need, making it a great fit for those who want to stay comfortable during a zombie apocalypse. Then the Disney Underground Tunnel. We know that exists. And I believe you can take tours of that.
Okay.
That's
where they really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have those.
I thought that was supposed to be a big secret. Like that's where all the
I know they do.
Disney secrets are.
I've never done it, but yeah, they do tours.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's pricey.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know they have tours. I've read about them. People have told me, but it is a secret. They kept it secret for years.
I mean, it's not a secret anymore for a while. But yeah, that's sprawling. It's like a city underneath Disney. Yeah, and they have everything there. I mean, including a lot of the food and stuff that they provide for the restaurants. They said there's medical carts, all kinds of stuff. So if something were to happen, you'd be all set. They said, a houseboat, if you can't afford a yacht, then you go to the houseboat. But if you can afford a yacht, they say you have a yacht.
Nice.
So just like a houseboat, a yacht would afford protection, travel capabilities, and comfort for survivors. Just the having to acquire one would be the issue there with a lot of us. The Florida Caverns. I've never heard of these. They say while caves may not be the most comfortable, they choose to be a good place to retreat to avoid brain-eating dead people. It said there's plenty of cave systems in the States. Through the Florida Caverns in Mariana provides shelter and reprieve from the summer heat. So there you go. And then finally here, if we happen to have a zombie apocalypse here in the state of Florida, the Dry Tortugas. They say this island is around 70 miles away from Key West, and it's outfitted with an old fort that helps make the site they say impregnable to a zombie outbreak. The unfinished fort, dubbed Fort Jefferson, provides tall walls on all sides to allow survivors to look out from on high, too. And as you mentioned, zombies cannot climb, so you just go up those tall walls. Yeah,
interesting.
Yes. So just in case, I hope you took notes because you never know what's going to happen in this crazy world of ours.
I'm going to Monroe's Palm Beach.
I don't know. I feel like they would go there first.
Plenty of food, great entertainment. I guess I can't blame them. Huh?
Yeah.
I got a couple places.
Yes.
Where you got engaged? Jupiter Lighthouse.
Jupiter Lighthouse. Okay, the lighthouse
Very
is.
tall. They can't.
And we have plenty of lighthouses around. So just lighthouse. Okay.
Not during football season, but any other time, the other 8 months a year, Hard Rock Stadium, 400 section. Go all the way up in the corner, hang out. They'll never come up there, and if they do, you see them coming.
Okay. All right.
You're way up top. I mean, you're in the far corner of the far end zone. I mean, you got them. They come at you. You got them.
Get on top of the goalpost.
That's it.
There you go.
Ain't climbing.
That could hurt your ass after a while.
Well,
Yeah.
Take a cushion.
Unless you're used to it. Under our studio. Under here.
Oh, do we have a bunker under here?
Well, no, you just hide out right under there. They wouldn't come in here.
Oh, under the desk. Yeah, because that works. Okay, what else?
Because somebody yesterday I had to meet, a friend of mine came by and thought the place was abandoned. It was like, is anybody here? They pulled up like 3:30. So if the zombies walk by, they might be like, there's nobody here.
There's nobody there. Keep going.
That's true. Yeah. Just because it looks abandoned. Yeah, I get it.
There's no people here. There's no cars.
Yeah.
The lights are off. They were like, they wouldn't even know what's going on.
What else? What else would be a good place in Florida?
It's a Tallahassee joke there that I'll let go.
Okay. Trying to think. Jupiter, I thought the lighthouse is a good one.
Yeah, there's plenty of them around Florida.
Jimmy Whitman Road.
The problem with like a box store is like that's where everybody would go, right?
Yeah, so you're fighting each other and you're getting shot.
That's where the supplies are, yeah.
How about the track? Gulfstream. Sit up in those press boxes. Hang out on the roof.
There's some food there, too.
Yeah, some food there. Hang out. Come on, 7. Oh, man, I hope the 7 wins the Florida Derby. If you guys have any places you can hide out for a zombie attack, let us know. 877-927-6969.
We know you've thought about this before.
Yes.
Or if you have a bunker that we could hang out with you in, let us know, too.
Yeah, let us know.
Big business.
Uh-huh.
Big business.
So Powerball, Jimmy White, nobody hit.
Nobody hit Powerball last night, huh? How about that? Next drawing's $865 million, I think.
Yes, I saw that this morning.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny that, because I forgot to buy tickets and it makes me go, whew, at least nobody won.
Isn't that weird, right? You know?
Because you feel you still got a chance.
Yeah, of course.
Now, ironically enough, California has had 4 of the 5 biggest Powerball winners.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
And that's a lot. I mean, man, so is it time to move to California? No. But still, California, 4 of the 5 biggest.
Oh, could you imagine if they ever had Publixes there?
Then they definitely win more, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they'd always win.
That is crazy. 4 to 5
I love
biggest
them. Now I'm sending my husband, I'm like, Powerball Mega Millions.
Powerball Mega
Because
Millions.
yesterday I forgot and we didn't get them.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, but see, you beat the wheel. So now you feel good. You didn't spend that money. Nobody won. So now, again, when is it? Again, Saturday?
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday?
But tonight is
Wednesday,
Mega. And Mega Millions is 1.1.
Wow.
Yeah, Mega's in the billions. So Powerball will be Wednesday. Powerball is Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, I do believe, right? Or is it Monday, Wednesday, Friday? I think it's Monday, Wednesday, Saturday.
Yeah.
And Mega
There's
is
three
Mega's
drawings.
Tuesday, Fridays.
Yes.
So me and Jimmy have a better chance of hitting the 18-team parlay we put for March Madness.
Your odds are probably better.
Yeah, I would say
Hey,
that.
Florida Lotto is up to $7 million.
Oh, I could use that right now. I got to get gas. 7 million. Oh, man, you're writing all this stuff down.
Because every time we look at these,
It's like
it's usually like 2.5, something like
it.
that. So
Keep it.
Who needs that?
I did ask Randy to go in on our parlay. She declined. She said no.
I wasn't, but I said you'll probably win without me.
Oh, the 10-teamer? The 10-teamer we put in yesterday?
8-teamer. Yeah, 8-teamer.
I said you'll probably win without me.
No way.
Yeah.
You're good luck. Are you kidding me?
I know myself.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Dave Matthews tickets today at 11:45. Who doesn't want to go see Dave Matthews? Come on now, one time. So you could do that at 11:45.
Dave Matthews is actually the one who is kicking ass on the fan vote for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So right now they're just doing fan vote until they go into it.
Okay.
And I believe, I got to see, the dates we have. I think we have until April for fan vote, but it was Ozzy always leading, right? So Peter Frampton was on there, Foreigner, DMB, but the past couple of weeks, DMB has crept up to the number 1 spot for the fan vote. And then last I saw, it was Dave Matthews, Foreigner, and then Ozzy.
They have 5 each year that they put in?
Yes, but the fan vote's got a bunch of people on there right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
They only put in 5 every year? I didn't know.
Isn't that there's a limit as to how many that goes in each year,
know.
I believe.
I didn't. I know.
I thought it was like 5 or 6, something like that, somewhere around there anyway, I believe.
Yeah, but I was surprised. I mean, over Ozzy Osbourne, right? Dave Matthews, but it shows you what a following they have because this is the fan vote.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all huge, all of them. Some of the people that are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we talk about I am surprised. And then when you hear that, like Dave Matthews.
Even some on that list right there, Foreigner.
Yeah.
I would have thought that they would have been in a while ago. Ozzy, I would have
Black
thought would have been in
Sabbath,
there.
just not by himself.
Right, he's in with Sabbath. Yeah.
Yep.
But even still, by himself, I mean,
I'm with you. I'm surprised. Yeah.
His solo career's been for quite a while now. It's not like that he just broke off from them a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of, like I said, some of the names you hear you're surprised about that are not in or are in either way. 877-927-6969. Big news yesterday, Major League Baseball, Ohtani of the Dodgers, who is probably the highest paid guy in baseball, had a big situation with his agent, and he now had a press conference yesterday saying, with a new guy who's speaking for him, interpreter, that he did not gamble on sports. That's what he is saying. But there was a money transfer wire, $4.3 million from his account, which does not make sense. Because if you transfer money from your account, you are the one who has to do it.
All right, so I've read a little bit on this, and the one article that I read the other day was that he was helping the interpreter out with his gambling debts.
Then they changed it.
So they changed that story.
Now they changed it to, no, he had nothing to do with it. He didn't know what was going on, and the guy was robbing money from him. So it's changed from the very beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I did hear that right. Okay, so I'm not mistaken on that.
No, you heard it right. But
all
now they changed the narrative to where he had another press conference yesterday. He did not want to answer questions. He was just giving statements.
There's legal stuff involved, so I would keep my mouth shut too.
Yeah. But again, when you do a wire out of your account, you have to be the one who does it. And
yeah.
So a little skeptical there. And also, they notify you. So you change money anytime like that, you'll get a notification. Obviously, hey, you just $4.3 million. You would notice that. It's not like years ago when you heard a lot of guys in the music industry or sports players who weren't watching their accounts. You know what I mean? There was different things then, and they didn't know what was in there. Elvis, NSYNC, many stories. They go, oh, we didn't know the money was moving. But today, anytime you do anything, you get notified, and you're the one who has to authorize a wire. If I wire you money, I have to do it. You know?
So you can't have a representative do it.
No, and it has to be all your information and all of that stuff. It's very boom, boom. I mean, they're on it. They're not, and $4.3 million. It's not like he says like, it was 4,000. That's a lot of money to be missing from an account that you had to, again, authorize. He's saying he didn't know anything about it. He stole it. He's saying he gave the guy the information. That's how he did it. I don't know. It doesn't shake well with a lot of people, not only myself, but we'll see what happens with it. And then also the NBA is investigating Porter. He's an NBA player, for him possibly betting on himself during some games in the last month, a regular season game. So those are some interesting things right now with sports gambling. You're going to see it more and more because it's legal everywhere, and it's just every single place you can't turn without sports betting being on there. Obviously, with madness going on this weekend, a lot of different things. I gave Jimmy an article to read, very interesting about, things that could go on with like gangs and different players and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that go around in the gambling world. And you're going to see more and more of it. And every time something happens, the NBA or Major League Baseball and the NFL, they're going to investigate because they got to have the integrity of the game. Not that it would stop most gamblers, because now I hear what most gamblers go, I figured it. You know what I mean? Like, it happens. Yeah. You've been hearing it for years about horse racing, boxing.
Boxing, yeah. I mean, boxing, a guy throwing a fight.
Yeah, you've been hearing that for years.
Been around since, the 40s?
Oh, yeah.
If not earlier than that.
So has point shaving been around.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with all this. But Ohtani said yesterday he had no knowledge of anything. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I don't know. But baseball's got to watch it just like all other sports, because if they lose the integrity of the game, it will hurt the game. It won't make people stop betting or watching it. It'll just hurt the game. Today we got tickets for you for Dave Matthews. That's going to come out at 11:45. It is the Penthouse on Real Radio. Hope you guys are having a good morning so far. Looks like a beautiful day, and I hope you listen to our boy Rover and his crew right out of the gate. We're going to come back with a trifecta, and we're also going to come back with This Day in History and so much more on a Tuesday in the Penthouse. Peace.
Real Radio is is the News Junkie.
They're trying to get rid of hotel bathtubs, and I just can't stand for it.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't take your side.
Sealand, you've used a hotel bathtub before. I've seen it. Wait.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday, April 1st. Watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. And listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otezla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Got some slow traffic here this morning on 95. That'll be southbound between 6th Avenue South and Woolbright Road. As for the Turnpike, we're currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination, featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the west parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Sound Bar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey, let's get out of here. With Audible, we could root for a lone astronaut as he tries to save Earth from disaster. Maybe go for a run with the founder of the world's biggest sneaker brand. We could get the tea on the real-life media mogul succession drama. Or find out what life is really like for an Oscar-winning actress. I mean, with Audible, we could go anywhere. There's more to imagine when we listen. Hear the latest audiobooks, podcasts, and originals at audible.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we have represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with my Lowe's rewards, your savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers and earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our new loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Imagine having all the money you need for retirement, all the income, every month, guaranteed. That's Secure Future Investor, an indexed annuity tied to growth in the stock market, but without any risk of loss ever. It's guaranteed money for life income, no matter how long you live. Call 888-509-2228. 888-509-2228. Sponsored by GP Agency Inc., Raleigh, North Carolina. Licensed in all states. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app.
Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ.
Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek's Hardwood is sponsored by Vega Fina Cigars at Casa de Monte Cristo.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Welcome to the program. Welcome to Real Radio 921. Again, Dave Matthews, tickets at 11:45 for you guys. I am the Greek. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good morning.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for This Day in History and a Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, last night in the NCAA Women's Division, Caitlin Clark had a big game as Iowa advanced to the Sweet 16. The last game ever at Iowa was sold out. Four-letter network covered it. Man, those people were going crazy. And it was a close game against West Virginia. Close at half, and it ended pretty close, too. They were laying 15.5 for those people who bet on this stuff. I did not bet, but I know a couple people who did, and they were not happy. But she had a big game, 37 points. They have 5 seniors on that team, too. So it was the last night they'll all be together at home, but they are in the Sweet 16. I did talk about this earlier. The NBA is investigating Porter. He's an NBA player, and during a game, about 2 weeks ago, he was acting he came out of the game, and there was a lot of prop bets where serious money was put into it, and the NBA is investigating in that. And in baseball, Ohtani spoke yesterday in a press conference about his whole situation. He denied that he ever bet on sports and said his interpreter stole his money to pay off a bookmaker. By the way, bookmaking is not legal in California or anywhere else, so we'll see what happens with that. That's going to be a long-time investigation. It was a 13-minute statement that he made. But, again, it is a little shaky on certain things about, money and $4.5 million taken out of his account. I'm sure they're going to look into this a lot more, but I don't think anything's going to come out of it because Ohtani is baseball right now. He's the biggest star in Major League Baseball. And that is your first trifecta. Turn over to Jimmy now for this day in history.
On this day in history.
Well, today's history lesson is going to start in 1812, which is the first time that we ever heard the word gerrymander. And gerrymander is actually based on what would become a character in a way. So let me give you the origins of gerrymander. In opposition to redrawing of districts in favor of incumbents in an upcoming election, the Boston Gazette published a satiric cartoon that graphically transformed the districts into a fabulous animal. The gerrymander. The term gerrymander thus entered the American
Never heard that term
lexicon.
before.
Yeah, never?
No.
Really? No?
No, I didn't.
Nope.
No?
I heard of peanut butter and jelly.
I mean, it's used more in kind of misinformation nowadays, but it's from that to where districts are, when goes back that far though. I didn't think it did. 71 years ago today, 1953, Dr. Jonas Salk announced that he had successfully tested a polio vaccine. 52 years ago today, 1972, here's our sports Greek. LA Lakers break the NBA wins record by winning 69 of 82 games. They went 69-13 that year. That record would stand for 24 years until the 95-96 season when the Chicago Bulls went 72-10. And the current record holder for most wins in the regular season sits with the Golden State Warriors at 73.
Ooh.
That was 2015-2016 season. 45 years ago today, 1979, Magic Johnson and Michigan State defeated Larry Bird at Indiana State 75-64 in one of the greatest NCAA finals of all time. 42 years ago today, 1982, groundbreaking ceremonies took place in Washington, D.C. for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And finally, 32 years ago today, in 1992, today is the day that Mike Tyson was sentenced to 6 years in prison. And that's what happened on March 26th, our history.
Thank you, Jimmy. Always appreciate this day in history. So, Franny, we've talked a lot about different stories about weddings and what goes on and the craziness that happens. A lot of different stuff goes on at weddings.
There's some crazy stories that happen at weddings, and I have a couple things to do with it. There's wedding guests who reveal the worst foods that they've ever been served at a wedding. Is there anything that you guys can think of? Because typically, it's about the wedding, but a lot of it's about the food, too. You sit, the bride and the groom, or sometimes just the bride alone, and you sit with and you try all the dishes and even the cake, and you want to make sure it's perfect for everybody and yourself. I don't know if there's any, I've been to some weddings, it's not great, but it's not like this is the worst food I've ever had. How dare you serve this to us?
Yeah, I've never been at that. Couple crazy situations at weddings, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah. No, we've definitely talked about crazy situations at weddings. I've had a handful happen in my life. But when they went to the Reddit thread and they were asking people, what is some of the worst foods that you were ever served at a wedding? And this was wedding shaming is what they were doing. But they said that one unnamed guest revealed that they often would ditch wedding parties hours before they ended because they were starving because they were only given snacks like popcorn and nuts, and they were all having to fight each other to have a bite to eat it. That's all they were given.
Yeah, I've never been in that situation.
Yeah. So they're like, we got to leave early. We're so hungry.
Gotta eat.
We're so hungry right now. And I understand sometimes it's not in everybody's budgets, but yeah. Another user started the discussion by revealing that they attended a wedding which occurred at dinner time. Same thing. They were just given crackers, nuts, and cheese. And they were just like, and that's all we were given the whole entire time. Same thing. I was starving by the end of it, and several guests left early because you have to think about that, right? Because they were so damn hungry. Some people was like, yep, I went to a wedding, and they only gave me cheese and biscuits, which probably would have been okay, but there was not enough for all of the guests. So it was basically 2 or 3 crackers and a few small bites of cheese for dinner. So it looks like that's like the go-to. Somebody, this is weird. Another user wrote, a plate of lettuce. They said they were given vegan options at her sister's wedding, and she said legitimately it was a plate of shredded lettuce with a side cup of olive oil is what they gave them for the vegan options.
That's terrible.
I don't know. I'm not mad at this. Somebody said a backyard wedding. And they said, that there was going to be food. It was dinner time reception, and they served Chick-fil-A nuggets in a veggie tray. I'm not mad at it. But they said they didn't have enough for everyone, so people were fighting over the nuggets as they were being brought out.
Oh, wow, fighting.
Jeez.
Yeah. And see, that's the issue. If you don't have enough, and people are hungry, but you should also not act like animals. Says it was a wedding scheduled at dinner time. And the only food was cupcakes. Yeah. Yep. And you could only get one. The bride and groom had their own cake. Everybody said we left early to go hit a McDonald's drive-thru. I'm like, come on, let's go. And like I said, totally support if you got to save money, but because not everybody does. But sometimes you don't want to piss off your guests. They said at a low-budget wedding, because they said, I fully support not everyone has money. However, each table had 1 bottle of sparkling cider, and that was it. No water, no nothing for 3 hours. I have 2 young kids, and we had to leave. They're like, I'm in Florida, and this was a summer wedding.
Wow.
Not even water. Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Uh-huh. I'm with you on that.
Budget cuts. We got to cut.
If it's going to be like that.
Don't have it.
Don't have it or be like, hey, bring your own water. Bring your snacks. You can bring a cooler to the wedding with you.
I don't think anybody's going to tell anybody that because that's going to affect their gifts. People are like, I got to bring my own water? What do you want me to give you for a gift? I mean, that's crazy.
Well, and that's why, right? We always talk about with the gift that you pay as much as that whatever the food would be served to you.
Usually. That's what you try to do. Yeah. I mean, if you want to know what it is, a lot of times you can call the place up and ask them, hey, for a wedding, what is it per person?
But, when it's held at Ralph's barn.
Yeah.
What are they charging a plate there?
Yeah, so if you have any weddings and you're just like, wow, I can't believe this is all that they're serving us, let us know. 47142, that's the text line you got to start it off with, Real Radio. And then, they went from worst things that they've eaten at weddings to worst things they've ever seen happen to people at a wedding. And you want the day to go perfect, right? Of course you do. But some people who worked at weddings talk about it. And they say, I worked weddings for a living and once saw the best man get loaded, give a speech, profess his love to the bride, and how they had slept together 2 nights before.
Oh, my God.
I love they go, open bar 1, best man 0. Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's terrible.
Yep.
I mean, that's got to end the marriage right there. If it's true.
Yes.
I mean, again.
You would think.
Yeah, I mean, that's so bad. How do you get away from that? I mean, talk about embarrassing. I don't know. It's worse for her, obviously, and the groom. I mean, that guy's just blank face, and he's saying that.
Yeah.
Like, what a scoos to mind.
And that's what happens. This one's funny. Divorced father of the groom started up about how much better his new wife was compared to his old wife during his speech.
Oh, God.
On, and about the qualities of Asian women versus white women, and this and that, because his new wife is Asian. And the girl's like, I've never looked at my shoes so hard in my life. Because you just want to look down and be like, what is happening?
Well, wouldn't it be worse if he was boasting his ex over his current?
Yeah, very uncomfortable because that it's the groom's mom is there.
It's still bad.
Listening to the whole thing.
Yeah, Mr. Optimism over here.
I know, I love it. Silver lining. The sister of the bride who wasn't invited showed up drunk and got in a fight with the bride until the father of the bride broke it up by putting the sister in a chokehold and dragging her out of the venue.
Geez.
Yeah. Yep. That can happen. Well, one of the things we don't really talk about anymore is Miley Cyrus don't anymore, never did, which would have made it uncomfortable. Miley Cyrus's mom, Trish Cyrus, she got remarried.
Yeah.
And her sister, I can't remember her sister's name, Miley's sister.
Okay.
She's also an artist.
Yeah.
And right now I can't think of her name. But she didn't go to the wedding. And everyone's like, why isn't she at the wedding? Why isn't she at the wedding? And it was such a big deal. Well, to find out that she actually was dating the guy that her mom married before.
Really?
Yeah. that got just brushed under because this just happened at the wedding.
Wow.
Not many people talked about that.
So she didn't go to the wedding because the guy she was banging married the mom.
Yes.
Wow. I wonder how that happened.
Who would do something like that?
My God. Talking about the apple doesn't fall. She probably walked past him one day in the hallway and says, you know all the things she does?
Yeah.
I taught her. Wow, that's pretty bad.
This one, I love what they call it. At a cousin's wedding, my uncle was smashed and thought he'd had a stroke in the bathroom as he couldn't straighten himself. I'm so confused by this. As he couldn't straighten himself, turned out he buttoned his waistcoat to his trousers and couldn't stand up. So he thought he had a stroke. He thought he was stuck like this, and he didn't. He buttoned his waistcoat to his trousers and could not stand up.
Having a stroke. Can't get up.
Oh, my goodness. Tell us. We've talked about this before. It's not the first time, but this is just a new dose of crazy stories.
Yeah, the craziest one ever was I went to a wedding, and my buddy got married, and he told me in the men's room he was having an affair, which I knew was going on, but he was leaving his wife the next week. And I just was like in total shock. You know, it's funny. I was at the PGA National, and there was a gentleman washing his hands, an older gentleman, right, in the bathroom. And I looked over at the guy, and he goes, no, he's my uncle. He's cool. He knows. I was like, oh, okay. And he actually did leave his wife a week later and remarried the girl he was having an affair with and is still with her 20 years later with 3 kids.
See, it was love.
Yeah. I mean, there it was. I did take
That's
money
actually the most romantic story. I'm just kidding.
It is. I did take money out of the envelope. I was like, I'm not giving you this. You're bailing out. And I still don't know why he didn't cash out earlier.
Because it was too far along.
Well, yeah, I mean, the night before.
Too far along.
Yeah, I think it's better to call it off.
He just didn't want to call it off. I guess maybe in his mind it was easier to just say, you know what, I'm going to get a divorce in a week, and it'll go that way. And maybe he was thinking it could be annulled.
I don't know what he was thinking. To me, I told him all along he should have never got married.
I mean, I don't know if that's legal here or what. I don't know how that works, but
I just don't think he should. But again, like you said, everybody thinks different things. In his mind, it was better to go through it. And then, obviously, a week later, he told her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not justifying it.
No.
I mean, it was probably. I think you're better off if you cancel it. But
I mean, it's got to be brutal to cancel a wedding like the day of, or a couple days before. But I think if you know,
Oh, it's got to be brutal. But yeah, if you know it's not going to last. I mean, I know an annulment, but why go through it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's worse the whole day than going through the whole thing. Everybody there,
And if everything's still paid for or whatever, and it's non-refundable, then screw whoever and you breaks up with you or splits up, and you have a party with your friends and family.
We've heard of that.
Yeah, have a party.
We've heard that happen.
Take advantage.
Yeah, let us know if there's any crazy things that have happened at weddings you've been at. 877-927-6968. Franny was at one that was crazy. She talked about a PGA where just they took valet guys, right, to fill the wedding party up?
Basically, yeah, because all the groomsmen were getting arrested. Yeah.
Whoopsie. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brad.
Things happen.
We'll make it up to you.
Yeah.
Things happen.
You're in a text. Come on, you're in the wedding now.
Yeah, I think anytime situations like weddings, obviously big events, people are drinking, some craziness could happen. But to me, if you don't want to get married, don't do it. I know it sucks to call off weddings, but man, it's so much better than to go through it. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are the ways you guys can get involved. Also, if you're going to a wedding and you get invited only by yourself and you're dating somebody, do you think, I got a text from somebody, do you think you should call up and say, hey, I'm dating somebody right now, a little serious, can I bring somebody? Or do you think that's inappropriate?
I think it's better to ask them to just show up.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, yeah.
the
Show up
worst,
with
some people do. The worst that they're going to say is, no, we already have it budgeted out, and then that's it. But
You've heard of people
doesn't
show up?
hurt to ask.
You've heard of people show up with just one and bring two?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, that's big stones.
Oh, all right.
I would never do that. If you get invited one, you can't bring somebody else. I mean, that's brutal. Where the hell are they going to sit? I mean, you're at a table. What do you do? Hey.
Yeah, you're not expecting someone.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's I wouldn't do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking, is this +1? Right? Just that's all you got to do is saying, I don't see it on here. Is this a +1 or no?
Well, when you get an invitation, they'll tell you. It usually says invited for you, and if it says +1, they'll tell you +1. If it's not there, you can call.
I just think it's a nice way of saying, oh, I don't see it here. Is this a +1?
Yeah.
And then, obviously they'll say yes or no, and then you can go from there point whether you want to go alone or not. If the answer is no, right?
Do you think it's appropriate if you ask, hey, can I pay and bring somebody? Like, can I pay the extra plate?
I mean, if you're going to ask them, then you can just throw it in there. And like I said, the worst is going to be no, but at least you're asking. Just be like, listen, I have a serious girlfriend now. At the time you sent the invite, I don't. And if you're offering to pay for them, I don't know how that would be so terrible. But if it's already so close to the wedding, or it'd be hard for them to, because it's a big deal.
I met somebody
Seating
last
placements
night.
and all this stuff. Yeah.
I met somebody last night, 3:30 in the morning, and I like to bring her. What do you think? 877-927-69.
Something as simple as the craziest thing I ever saw at a wedding was my own. I said, I do. Was that okay? Well, I guess that's in our very well.
What was I thinking?
So many people say stuff like that, and those are usually people who are madly in love and have a great relationship. Give us a call or text us at Real Radio 47142 and let us know what your thoughts are as far as having the worst food or maybe something crazy that you saw at a wedding. They're like, I cannot believe this is going on right now. There are so many different things that happen at weddings, and if you guys got something to add, love to hear from you guys. Again, you can call us at 877-927-6969. When you guys send text messages, do you ever think somebody else besides the person you're sending it to is going to see it? Does that ever go through your mind?
No.
No.
I don't think about it.
I don't either.
If I do think about it, my answer is probably. I mean, I wouldn't think that, it's not anything special to worry about whether or not somebody is
I'm the
reading it
same.
or not. But I don't think about it when I said it.
Not like when I send a text, I'll be like, I hope so-and-so's not reading this. No, I'm sending a text and hopefully knowing that it's just going to that person specifically, and they're not showing everybody a text. See, the only reason why I think he would think about it is if you're saying something negative about somebody.
No, it's not. It could be just a different situation or something going on in your life. Sometimes I do think about it, or if you're talking to somebody you're not supposed to be, stuff like that. So I do think about it, like it goes through my mind.
Shenanigans.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I said, bad things.
Sounds all
Sounds all right. Shenanigans cannot be a bad thing.
Talking to somebody I'm not supposed to be talking to.
Shenanigans aren't a bad thing. Oh, I can't wait for this definition.
Yeah.
Am I on the form? Shenanigans could just mean something you're doing. It could be something very personal. Say I'm texting you something very personal.
Okay.
That's only about me. And I might think like, ooh, I hope she doesn't show it to anybody. It doesn't mean to say anything bad. It's just personal.
But that's not what you said.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Shenanigans is maneuvering. It's dishonesty. That's shenanigans.
He's back.
What is the definition of shenanigans? What is the definition? It could be just maneuvering around. Doesn't mean anything.
That's
bad.
what I just said.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Calm down, Fanny. Yes, Fanny.
What? Why are we yelling?
Shenanigans, a devious trick used especially for an underhand purpose, a tricky or questionable practice or conduct, usually whatever, high spirit or mischievous activity.
You said the word
Yes.
shenanigans. I just said that's
Oh
not
my
what you
God.
did. Okay, whatever. The question is, if you send a text message,
Get those words out of your mouth, Franny.
A secret or dishonest activity. Maneuvering is on here too. Yes. Huh. Yes. It's according to Oxford, so.
Oxford?
Yeah.
Screw that.
They
What
know.
is
Oxford
Yeah,
know?
they're never
What
in
do
March
they
Madness.
know?
Where's Oxford? Well, they're in London. They never know anything about March Madness. Come on. It could just be something you put in a text. You might be like, I shouldn't have said that. That's all.
Shenanigans.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
I don't know if I can.
Hey, John. John Deere's in the house because we're digging that hole.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. We have a lot of different thoughts on things. That's all.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Now that is correct.
Accurate.
877-927-6969. If you've ever sent a text to somebody and said to yourself, I wonder if anybody else is going to see it, and so I just want to make sure that, I'm writing the appropriate thing.
Okay.
That's all.
right.
That's all I'm saying.
I get it.
I'm actually surprised that you're the one out of the three of us that would have that problem because you don't put anything in writing.
I don't put much, no, but I do think of certain things the other day I had to send somebody.
Especially with your shenanigans.
Yeah. It's a lot of code.
So you got like code. Yeah. I'm like, what did he just say?
Yeah, like you want to go to Hot Fudge Sunday.
I see an eggplant, but I know he's not talking about that.
No, I don't send emojis. I might say something like, you want to get a Hot Fudge Sunday, which is a code for something. Can you get out tonight? Might meet like, you want me to deliver a pizza? Stuff like that. 877-927-6969. Look at Jimmy's face.
Shenanigans.
I don't know if it's shenanigans. I mean, it's just, it's excitement.
Your word, not ours.
Your Honor, I like like to strike the bench or come up to the bench and give you some money?
877-927-6969. Hurry, ladies.
I like to come up to the bench and offer you money. Imagine if you said that as an attorney. Can I approach the bench and you pull out
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Are you bribable?
Like you just did him a wad
Do you
of cash.
take envelopes?
Yeah, do you take envelopes even if it's not your birthday? 877-927-6969. Speaking of shenanigans, Franny, what do we got with Florida
We got
stories?
shenanigans.
There's lots of that in the state, that's for sure.
We got machetes at a Wawa. Also, yeah.
All right, right at home.
Also, a suspect led cops on a chase for a while, but the vehicle he used was quite interesting. I will let you know what that is. And then, I don't know if the best person to teach you driving lessons is an intoxicated man, but I guess we'll find out on our own when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
No one gives a big warm hug like us when you need it. Come on, get in here. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. What?
Hey, it's Rover from Real Radio, and we'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for Tastings, an unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event. Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want. You can also be the first to sample with a VIP ticket that gets you in an hour before everyone else. For tickets and all the event info, head to pbtastings.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Looking at a nice drive along your expressways, 95 and the Turnpike, currently accident-free. Got some road work on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler Drive that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Silk. Feel plenty good. Shop wherever you find groceries. Feel plenty good by incorporating Silk into your morning routine. Silk's delicious plant-based beverages help bring a daily dose of goodness. They are rich in calcium and a good source of vitamins A and D to support the health of you and your family. Shop wherever you find groceries.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring has sprung, and it's full tilt buggy time in the used car market. And where's the best place to be? GiveMeTheVin.com. When was the last time you checked how much you could get for a used car? Get an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds, whether it's $2,000 or $200,000. They've got you covered. And here's a kicker: if GiveMeTheVin.com can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100, no questions asked. With a 5-star rating from the Better Business Bureau, you know you're in good hands with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured, dial pound law. That's pound 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires? Celebrity kids inheriting untold billions? Take Jay-Z and Beyonce, who are handing down over $1 billion to their kids, much of it in their blue chip art collection. That's right, for the richest families in the world, fine art is a vehicle for transferring and growing their wealth. And for the first time, everyday investors can invest like billionaires themselves in this potentially lucrative asset class, all thanks to Masterworks. With this platform, you don't need to be an art expert, and you can still invest in blue chip artists like Banksy and Picasso. Oh, and you don't need to be a billionaire either. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors by going to masterworks.com/cake. That's masterworks.com/cake. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
Summit Racing has the parts you need to keep your truck rolling right, from custom grills to tonneau covers and everything in between. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends April 14th, 2024.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, you were talking earlier about zombies. You know, zombies eat brains. Don't worry, Greek, you're safe.
Just to touch base on this Porter deal, so it was a prop bet for how many rebounds and points he would score in a game, right? So he pulls himself out of the game claiming an eye issue, but the problem was why it got flagged is because the betting company realized that this prop bet had the biggest amount of money on it for the night. Somebody put 20 dimes on this guy to go under on his prop bets, and the guy pulls himself out of the game with an eye issue.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Jeremy, always good with your calls. I know 20 grand, though. He's an NBA player. I don't know. It doesn't seem like enough, but who the hell knows what goes on with these people and what their lives are going on with. About the thing about the zombies attacking my brain, I'm safe because I don't have a brain. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliments always. Remember, this is a show.
Yeah, it's all made up. It's all made up.
This is a show. You don't even know what's going on half the time. Jimmy,
Neither do I. Good morning and welcome.
Freddie's here.
Hey,
my favorite person in the world. How's that? How's that?
Hey,
Zombies.
how is it? Yay to zombies.
Florida stories. She's like, can't wait till 2 o'clock.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, this escalated quickly. There is a woman, Darnique, who has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. This happened on March 21st, and she's also going to serve 10 years of probation after her release. The reason why is because she set her roommate's home on fire. Oh. Yeah, this happened back in June of 2023. Her and her roommate, they got in a bit of an altercation. And it looks like Jones said she met her roommate and she decided or went over to the house and she started spraying bags with lighter fluid and used a lit cigarette to ignite them inside. The fire expanded when an aerosol can inside the home or inside the bag exploded, causing damages to the residents and the victim, who suffered significant burns. They said that the roommate was actually in the process of moving. She was trying to get out of there, and that's why she lit her bags on fire. The roommate was. But yeah, that aerosol can is what made it go poof.
It's terrible.
And everything. So yes, she did have her day in court, found guilty of first-degree arson and arson causing great bodily harm. And then next up in
Love the sound effects that go in the story, too. Yeah, that's
probably a lot louder than
Did you work on
love it.
I did. Thank you.
Good job.
Day. And then next up in your What the Florida, we don't have any details, but if there's a machete and in a Wawa, we just got to bring it up.
Wawa.
Someone was arrested after a machete-wielding man terrorized people outside of a convenience store while engaged in a very heated argument with another man. There was video that was sent to the local news in Tampa showing the suspect brandishing the giant machete outside of the Wawa convenience store. They said, as he's getting in a fight with the other man, they did call the cops. Tension escalated to violence, clearly resulting in an injury as the other man's arm was all slashed up. But other than that, he will be okay.
Oh, thank God.
Police say one person was taken into custody after the incident. I'm guessing that one person is the one with the machete. That's how the article was written. But I'm guessing, if I was a betting woman. And
Hard Rock happened.
Next.
Oh, is that on there? I didn't see the line. What's the line on that? Plus 180 was him?
It's next to March Madness. And the Florida Derby.
Machete-wielding man in Florida.
Yeah, is he the one who got arrested? Is that the suspect? And then an ATV rider identified as an 18-year-old, Anthony Angel Perez, was finally stopped on the side of northbound lanes, 31st Ave. This is just south of Oakland Park in Lauderdale Lakes. Before being taken into custody, they said that he was driving all crazy and recklessly, and the police officers started following closely behind him. He was wearing a ski mask, because that's not shady.
Driving with a ski mask?
And was seen,
a man Aspen?
And was seen jumping onto northbound express lanes of I-95 as more police officers joined in on this ATV chase. They said he appeared to be slowing down at some points, but then would continue to speed up, evading the officers. He then decided to get off the highway over at Sterling, Hollywood, eventually made a U-turn to head east on Sterling Road before getting back on northbound lanes of I-95. He then got onto the southbound lanes of 95, but he was heading in the opposite direction.
Not a good thing.
No. I mean, for him and the people, obviously, but this guy's in an ATV. He eventually turned around, got off at Sunrise. They said there was a bunch of cops, helicopters, all these people came out of nowhere. There's witnesses. They're like, I was shocked. So eventually, he did pull over. Cops were able to apprehend him. And he's in big trouble. Let's just say that. They said that the chase involving the ATV started in Miami-Dade County and ended in Broward around 12:20. So
he just gave himself up. After a little bit.
What is the guy gonna? You're in an ATV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprised he didn't try to go off road.
Yeah, right.
If you have the ability to,
Dude
I
was
don't know where you're gonna go.
He
but-
was on the interstate.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Thank
God nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
Really.
And then this one thing is thank God nobody got hurt. It's I don't think the one person that you want to teach you to drive is an unlicensed driver. So they both had a couple drinks in them. They said, I love this. They said chaos erupts as an unlicensed driver gives a lesson to an intoxicated man. An estimated $20,000 in damages was caused when an unlicensed driver who had a few drinks tried to take driving lessons from a friend who also doesn't have a license. Both men survived the chaotic affair, which was concluded when their car knocked a parked car into a house.
Oh, my God.
Yep. The Martin County
dong.
Sheriff's Office, reported. They said the unlicensed driver gives lessons to an intoxicated unlicensed friend. What possibly could go wrong, according to the Sheriff's Office Facebook, said throughout the driving lessons, witnesses say the vehicle was moving recklessly on and off the road, running stop signs. I love this. The final exam occurred when the student hit the gas instead of the brakes, smashing into a parked car, which in turn smashed into an occupied house.
Can't take my license.
Right? I don't have one. No one in the car house was injured, thank goodness. But the investigation revealed a 27-year-old student had a few drinks before he got behind the wheel. His 31-year-old buddy, driving instructor, I say that air quotes because it's not real, has never had a valid driver's license, but does own a car, which was used for the lessons. Together, the pair decided to conduct an instructional driving course in a residential neighborhood, and it did not work out. As I mentioned before, estimated damage is said to be $20,000. Unfortunately, just like the driver's license and ID cards, the men also didn't have insurance.
Oh, God.
Which means the homeowners will be responsible for the damage to their home and the parked vehicle, even though they were not at fault on this one.
That sucks.
That sucks.
Ooh, that was a good one.
They were arrested for not having a license and DUI with property damage. And that is your What the Florida.
Thank you, Francis. Great job. That last story is, man, what a Benihana on that one.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? You're like, oh, sorry, it's on you.
That sucks.
They don't have insurance.
Well, you try to sue, right? You try to get some of that money back somehow, some way.
You probably got to pay first and then chase it backwards, and that's going to suck. And you had homeowners insurance, but, man, that's not a good thing. Jimmy, I know there was a big auction with a lot of movie things that were up there.
There always is, right? I mean, we hear about the different pieces that are auctioned off, and a lot of times because of sports, right? We hear about the sports memorabilia and a lot of, either music albums or, cards, jerseys, things like that. But movie props is another one that's really big, and we've seen some different ones out there. Heritage Auctions just sold off some more movie props recently, and they fetched a good sum of money. And here's a couple of them that were out there. Now, the first one has a little backstory to it that we get involved with here, and we've talked about many times. The floating door that Rose was on in Titanic, they just auctioned that off, that movie prop off, and it got $718,000.
Wow.
Not bad for a piece of siding. Actually, is all that
Right.
it is, right? So,
But
by
the
the way,
most famous piece of sighting out there.
the article that went with this was also talking about how James Cameron did confirm at one time that both Jack and Rose could have fit on it, but it wouldn't have been buoyant enough for both of them to stay on it. So that's the latest version of what we hear about it. But it was actually just a piece of wood paneling. That's all that it was. But as a movie prop, and they made it look like what it was. Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones whip from the Temple of Doom was auctioned off for 525,000 buckaroos.
Ooh. That's a lot.
Here's one that I never would have, thought about until I saw this. Bill Murray, he had that red rose bowling ball from Kingpin.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
It was pretty sort of clear, and it had the rose on the inside of it. That was auctioned off for $350,000.
It was a pretty cool bowling ball.
It is neat.
Yeah.
I gotta admit. Wayne Knight's shaving cream can that he used to smuggle the dinosaur embryos in Jurassic Park. That fetched $250,000, 250,000 buckaroos. Jack Nicholson's axe from The Shining. How about that? I would have thought that might have gone for more, considering some of these other numbers. Went for a measly 125,000.
That's it, chump change.
I bet Jack's pretty pissed about that.
125,000.
Yeah,
Tobey Maguire's black suit from Spider-Man 3 went for $125,000. That I can see coming because there's a whole bunch of different ones of them. And then finally on this, back to the Titanic and Kate Winslet's chiffon dress from at the end of the show or the movie when it was auctioned off for $125,000 as well. But how about that? You got $718,000, 750 to be precise on that, for the door, the floating door that was used in the prop scene for Titanic.
Wow.
That was done in like a big wading pool or something like that, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
When it was, when they filmed it, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
How about that? That's a man.
$700,000. And you would think about it. I guess somebody who purchased it, either a collector or somebody thinks it might go up.
Now, looking at this heritage auction, there was a link that would take you to their site, too, and I saw there was a couple blasters from Star Wars that were currently up there for about $218,000. I think it was the current bid on them, so we'll probably see more of that stuff out there, but
crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, huh?
Yeah. Speaking of crazy, and I know you saw this too, Jimmy, there is a guy who opened up a restaurant, and he's doing a little have some to his ex with a sign he posted out there. Now, people are losing their minds over this sign that is plastered all in front of a new Korean restaurant. This is in Melbourne. And it is Chingu Korean Barbecue, located in Caroline Springs. And it has yet to open, but it's drawing a bunch of attention from across the country thanks to the giant sign or billboard attached to the front. So this is what it says, G-Man. It is so great. But if you're a little half-summy, it says, "Hey, Sophia, you broke up with me because I was poor. Now I have money to open a Korean barbecue. Are you regretting it now?"
Oh, wow.
That's what it says on the front of the restaurant.
Wow.
Huge. Yeah, it is so good. Yeah. So the post went viral on Reddit, and many locals were shocked at the bold move. But now they're intrigued, and they want to know the backstory behind it, too. So others are suggesting, maybe it's just a clever marketing ploy from the owner to drum up business and stir up interest. But it's definitely getting attention. I love it. They say revenge is a dish best served barbecued.
It's a huge sign, huge banner. I saw it. It's just great.
And then somebody was like, "I don't think Sophia will be able to see that from her new boyfriend's yacht." So now people are giving him some.
Clapping back. Yeah, Sophia's got some friends.
And this is funny, too. They said he's paying rent for his new business, but Sophia is still living in his head rent-free.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Yeah, that one's pretty good, too.
Yeah,
So-
Sophia's got some backers. Huh?
She does. She does.
Did you see the other place that was nearby, too? They put up a sign in rebuttal to his sign. It would say a donut joint nearby, and they put up their own sign that says, "Yo, Korean barbecue, don't worry about Sophia. We have all the dessert you need right here."
That's pretty good. But they said back in 2022, there was a newspaper ad that went viral after a woman named Jenny called out her cheating ex with a full-page ad in the newspaper.
Wow.
And they said the filthy actions of a man named Steve were printed for everyone to see, with the readers of, they say, McKay and West Sunday Life in Queensland were getting shocked with their Friday edition of the paper. She paid a full-page advertisement costing $2,000, was printed on page 4, and it said, "Dear Steve," and this is one of the, it's the thing, like, I'm not going to spend money to go after an ex, but it says, "Dear Steve, I hope you're happy with her. Now the whole town will know that what a filthy cheater you are. From Jenny." It says, "P.S. I bought this ad using your credit card."
So didn't cost her a dime.
I guess not. Not. But man, little bitter party of one. I love it. I love it. Though.
I wouldn't spend $2,000 on it.
Good stuff. But yeah, clearly she used his card.
That's his money. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we can look at it like that. Who do we got on hold?
We got our buddy Evan checking in with us. Hey, Evan, what's going on, pal?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Evan.
What's up?
Yeah, yesterday you were talking about an appropriate place that you can cuss.
Curse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, reasons to curse, and it's okay. Like, you stub your toe.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Happened to me last night.
Okay.
I went to a convenience store, ones that had the gas station. I got pulled in, got gas, paid for it at the pump, pulled up, walked inside to the convenience store, got 2 coffees, and I asked for 20 Powerball tickets.
20 power. Okay.
Okay.
So I put $40 on the counter, and she goes, okay, it's $44. Round it off. And I said, okay, there's the lottery, and I want to pay for my debit card. I want to pay for the coffees. She goes, you can't do that. I said, what do you mean? She goes, you cannot use a debit card to pay for lottery.
You weren't.
I'm not. I'm paying cash. See the 220s right there, just cash. She goes, no, you can't do that. I said, I can't do what? She goes, you cannot use your debit card to pay for a lottery.
Oh my goodness.
I said, ma'am. And so I said, see, these are 220s. That's for the lottery. And now I'm going to pay. And I held up my debit card. I said, I want to pay for, because I didn't have any other cash, for the coffee. She goes, again.
Oh my God.
You cannot do that.
How badly did you want to bang your head on that counter?
You should have just got you should have got the Powerball tickets and left the coffee and said, screw it.
Well, we wanted coffee. It was late. So anyway, so it started getting a few people got behind. It started getting people walking in the door, and this guy goes behind. He goes, "Hey, dude, she said you can't use your debit card to get lottery." And I just turned around and looked at him. I just said, "You got to be kidding me! What's going on in this store?" So I said, "Listen, ma'am, this is the deal. Here's $40. This is for the lottery. This is my debit card. That's going to pay for the coffee." She goes, "Apparently, you do not." I'm going to explain it to you one more time. Wow. You cannot use a debit card when you're paying for lottery.
As you're showing her cash, I'm mind blown.
Exactly. So finally, after about 5 or 6 times of this, one of the coworkers came in. I guess it came off break, and she goes, "What's going on?" And she goes, "He's trying to use his debit card to pay for lottery." I said, "No, ma'am. Here's the cash. And I want to pay." I explained it. You know what's going on.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Well, all she has to do is just cash out. You pay for the lottery with your cash, and you pay for the." And I said, "That's what I'm trying to do." She goes, "No, he couldn't get it through his thick head." Ooh. And then I said, "Are you effing kidding me?"
Wow.
I mean, like that, right? Because I was done. I
get it. I feel like you spent way too much time there. I would have left that second or third time.
5 or 6 times. Yeah, I think
I'm out.
Freddie and I both would have ended that one on maybe number 3.
Going somewhere else.
Maybe. Well, or you just, because the tickets were already printed, right, Alvin?
Yes.
See, the thing is, because you almost want to walk away from that, right? Because then they got to eat the tickets.
No, they would sell.
Right. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're printed, I don't know. I don't know if you do that.
Oh, yeah. If somebody came up for a Powerball, you could be like, here's $20. I mean, I would assume. I mean, I would have just given her $40 and walked out and screwed her coffee. Go get it someplace else.
But then the other part of that is, if you walk away, that's a winning ticket.
Of course. Right. You're thinking that anyway. You're going to bed at night. You're like, oh, I wonder if that's a winning ticket.
Go ahead, Evan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So as I'm walking out, there's these 2 young girls standing behind me, and she goes, one of them says, "We just got here on spring break." She goes, "Is everybody like this in this town?" And I said, "Unfortunately, yes. Welcome to Florida."
You want to call out the place that the lady was not too smart?
Yeah.
I just tell us so we don't go there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, there's a farm in the name of it.
Got it.
Gotcha.
Farm in the name.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, so I didn't want to do it, because usually I try to keep calm anymore because of my heart condition.
Oh, I didn't know you had a heart condition.
I just had to let it out.
Oh, I didn't know you had a heart condition. I hope you're okay.
Surprised you listen to this show.
All
right. A heart condition?
Wow. We might not be good for your heart.
Greek, another time you don't listen, you and Johnny were on the, we're talking, I call up, and I tell you, and you go, "Oh, man, I found out you have heart disease. I'm going to be nice to you from now on." And I said, "No, you better not, or if you're going to be nice to me, I'm never going to call you again."
I totally forgot that, Evan, to be honest with you. But I hope you're feeling good. I appreciate you listening and being a big fan of the show for years, and I do mean that sincerely. I hope you have another 100 years in your life, and I have 99, so I know what it's like not to live here when you're not here. Whew, that was tough.
What?
I think I'm going to hang up now.
Good idea.
Good
Evan.
idea.
Thanks for the story. Sorry
Hey,
to
you
go through that.
Can we hang up too? I'm gonna hang up.
Just a tough week for me because it is a very holy week, and the Florida Derby is this week and March Madness. So I feel a little bad betting. So I'm gonna do my
right.
I got to go to my therapist today and try to talk about it.
Huh.
So you guys as coworkers and so, being friendly, I hope you guys can get me through this tough week.
I think you'll be fine.
I'm betting too, so I guess I'm right there in the bottom of the pot with you.
But I mean, being Easter, you know what I mean? It's a holy day and March Madness and the Florida Derby. I feel a little bad. So I hope he's not looking at me thinking anything bad.
Anybody buying it? Anybody?
You're not buying that?
Nope. Do you see that?
Please call me.
That a bunch of moms are now complaining because they're just like, when did Easter turn into Christmas, basically? So it was a conversation that was had, but they're just like, it's become almost as expensive for them with kids as they do, because not only are they expecting, right, the Easter baskets, but I even know families and even adults whose parents still buy them stuff for Easter.
Adults?
Yeah,
Really?
They still celebrate. They still get their gifts. But yeah, moms are questioning. And if you're one of them, let me know. I saw this on one of our show prep sites. But yeah, saying that moms are questioning when Easter became Christmas part 2.
Wow.
They said between the baskets filled with candy and treats, some parents are going the extreme for holidays. And so on social media, you see the kids looking at the moms who are going above and beyond. They're like, why don't I get all of this? Why don't I do Easter like that?
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
because they said it comes when they're seeing a ton of videos for Easter specifically, lavish presents kids are getting for Easter, including someone who bought a kiddie pool and filled it all up with candy, Stanley water bottles, and all other kinds of gifts.
That's a big ass basket.
Yeah, it is.
Damn.
Yeah, so they're just like, God, can you stop doing this? Because now my kids want the same thing. And they're just like, it is. It's from Crocs, sunglasses, small outdoor toys, all kinds of stuff. It's all these extra things that they're adding besides your typical Easter egg basket and hunt.
The foils of social media, because that's the only way that gets around like that.
True, it really is.
Was Easter ever a gift-giving holiday to you, Franny, or Greek?
We had the basket and the Easter egg hunts. That was it. We woke up in the morning and the Easter bunny left us a basket somewhere that we had to go find.
And it was just candy. I mean, it wasn't presents.
Maybe little trinkets in there, but nothing like everything that could fit in a basket.
That was the most. Okay.
Just an Easter bunny.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing with us. It was never a present.
No.
A type of a holiday. So that's why, when I've seen that over the years, I was always kind of surprised. You give presents for Easter? And it wasn't something in my family.
Yeah, not mine either.
Mm.
And maybe that's it. Maybe we're out of the norm because, as I mentioned, I have friends who even still as adults, they celebrate in that way. And they get little gifts here and there, too, from their parents for Easter.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, like they would for Christmas.
What a candy is.
But now you're seeing they're all lavish stuff, too. And
I mean, once you're 18, you shouldn't take anything from your parents. I mean, you're on your own. Do your own thing. Take care of your parents.
Well, if your parents want to buy you a gift.
I mean, for Easter, like,
yeah.
But
if it makes them feel good, like I know my in-laws, it makes them feel good to go, and we always tell them like, don't please this year, and they do, and they understand. But they just, if it makes you feel good, I know you like giving gifts.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, I don't think you should expect it like it's Easter. Where's my gift?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Expecting is different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even as you get older, a birthday gift from your mom or your dad, you feel like at some point, hey, I'm good. You know what? I got to take care of you now.
I've learned to just accept it, though, because their gift is giving it, and that's the part. Sure. It doesn't matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the fact that they do, and that's I used to fight it. I used to be that one that would go, really, I don't want it. I'm okay, that type of thing. But you know what? If that's what's going to make them happy, then just let it happen.
Yeah, my mom gives me a check every year for my birthday, and I rip it.
Same exact thing.
Yeah,
same thing. Just accept it. Do what you want. With it. I mean, in your case, you that's what you do with it. And I understand. I would do the same thing. I get it. But, just let them do what they want, I'm
going to call on break until they give me all the money back.
Yeah. Send me a bigger check.
Give me all the money
back. What's going
back.
on? What just happened?
877-927-6969. We're coming back with a trifecta. By the way, I haven't done this in a while, and I've got some people asking me. I'm having peanut butter and jelly today, so if you guys are asking me for lunch.
Oh, yeah. I was like, why hasn't he told us in so long?
I know. I was wondering.
I've been eating.
I mean, I'm over here on bated breath. What's Greek going to have to eat?
Tomorrow, Joseph's. Too much traffic today on 95. We'll be back. Your chance to win tickets to Dave Matthews. What? We'll be back.
Real Real Radio is the News Junkie.
They're trying to get rid of hotel bathtubs, and I just can't stand for it.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't take your side.
Sealand, you've used a hotel bathtub before. I've seen it. Wait.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday, April 1st. Watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. And listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otezla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Looking at a nice drive along your expressways, 95 and the Turnpike currently accident-free. Got some road work on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler Drive that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka. By this time, your bracket's not looking good. But you know what looks good? When you got a Tito's Handmade Vodka in your hand and enjoying yourself and enjoying hoops. It's Tito's for any bracket that looks bad. They'll make your bracket look like a perfect bracket that doesn't happen. But remember, Tito's Handmade Vodka makes a good night a great night. Tito's Handmade Vodka. Pick up a bottle today and make your bracket look perfect. It's Tito's, baby. Hitting those threes. Peace.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the smoke-free pavilion full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the west parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
See this garage door? I gotta be honest with you. It's ugly. I mean, successful, attractive homeowner like you, it's time to move on. This is not the garage door your parents thought you'd spend the rest of your life with. And that ain't true with everything in life, don't get me wrong. I mean, honey, if you're listening, you can't divorce me just because I'm no longer the handsome stud you married. But your garage door? The neighbors all think you can totally do better. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Let us show you how many sexy new alternatives there are. Just waiting for someone like you. You swipe right on a beautiful new design, we install everything in a lovely ceremony, and you and your new garage door live happily ever after. For better, not worse. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come make it right. Maybe I should pick up some flowers on the way home.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
There are products that offer up to a 20% upfront bonus just for opening an account and up to 12% per year for retirement income. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I've heard from other advisors saying this is too good to be true. No, it's not. We are one of the few who can offer products like these because we're independent. We're not registered with a broker-dealer who tells us what we have to sell, and we don't have to answer to a board of directors who prioritize shareholders over clients. So, is an upfront bonus up to 20% and 12% per year growth for income too good to be true? For most advisors, yes, but not Trajan Wealth. The fact that many of our clients come from other financial advisors is a testament to our value. Experience the Trajan Wealth difference for yourself. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Annuity guarantees are based on claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in Florida as Trajan Wealth Insurance Agency.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
With the way the NCAA is trending, the transfer portal is a coach's best friend. Washington just hired Danny Sprinkle after he remodeled his roster at Utah State. And Dusty May successfully fended off multiple top programs to retain nearly his entire roster at FAU. That success this season helped him land the job at Michigan. The importance of transfer portal success has already made its mark on college basketball. I'm Dan Patrick.
From the versatile EQB to the sublime EQS sedan, Mercedes-Benz makes electric extraordinary. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Learn more at MBUSA.com/EQ.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app. Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Wow, some unbelievably sad footage out of Baltimore last night. I can't even believe how crazy that is. You're working on a bridge at 1:30 at night, and then all of a sudden this tanker ship loses power and slams into a column. That entire bridge, the middle section, came down within like 6-7 seconds. That is crazy. It is very sad, and I hope we find all those people that went into that water. Very sad.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Jeremy, yes, we agree 100%. Very sad situation. Hopefully everybody is found. This is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Don't forget, 11:45 in about 7 minutes and change. Your opportunity to win tickets for Dave Matt. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And it's time for a lunchtime trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, March Madness will continue on Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday. And before you know it, we will know who's in the Final Four. Number 1 and number 2 seeds are all alive in the 4 regions, so we'll see what happens. It's been a very chalky tournament so far. Last night in the women's division, Iowa advanced to the Sweet 16, closing out Caitlin Clark's college career at home in Iowa. There are 3 seniors on the West Virginia team on the Iowa team, and the crowd was going crazy. Sold out again, which is unbelievable for that place. You cannot get tickets for these events. She has really done something for college basketball for women, and hopefully it'll continue in the WNBA. And yesterday at the Dodgers, Ohtani had a press conference, said he never bet on any baseball games and did not know anything going on with all the stuff with sports betting with his interpreter, and they're going to look into it. Investigations will go on. But he had a 13-minute press conference. He did not take questions, but he did speak about it. He is the biggest star right now in baseball. I don't know. Major League Baseball said they're going to look into it. I don't know how much they're going to look into it. I'm sure they hope this goes away because this will definitely be a big situation and maybe a problem for baseball if some of this story comes out that some of the stuff that we're hearing right now is not true. So far, the story has changed twice. And that is your trifecta of lunchtime. Again, you guys can get an opportunity to win tickets to Dave Matthews in a few minutes at 11:45 at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. And then also, if you want to get involved with the show, you can always text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. So Fort Lauderdale is, they're talking that they're getting a lot more spring breakers because of the Miami situation where they just locked it down. How crazy was Miami last week with spring breakers down there and Ultra? Man, and the rain they had to deal with. It had to be crazy down there. And not a place I would highly recommend getting down there with all the people out there and all the kids and all the drinking.
They said with Ultra, they had minimal rest. Like it wasn't super crazy. Most people behaved themselves. I know Friday it downpoured. Saturday, Sunday was okay. I know who used to be here on Real Radio, Leah. Yeah. She goes every year. I saw she was there again this year, too. So that's good to hear when you can have that many people.
Sure.
And not that many people get arrested.
Yeah, maybe the rain helped with that.
Maybe, because it was going on Saturday, Sunday too.
Yeah, well, and it still obviously went on, but I didn't hear a lot of problems so far with spring break. I mean, and that as well. But you add that in with spring break. I haven't heard too much where they're having a lot of problems this year. I know that they were trying to curb it.
Oh,
There's crazy videos coming out of Fort Lauderdale Beach, but. It's going to be crazy. It's spring break. It's college kids. That's what they do.
Yeah, they're drinking and partying.
Yes. They get loose.
Yeah, they're definitely crazy. But Fort Lauderdale's reporting a lot more people.
But in the past, we heard about gunfire, people getting murdered. I mean, I haven't heard too much of that sort of negativity, people getting robbed, a lot of violence. Yep. I haven't heard too much of that this year, which is obviously a good thing.
Well, I think also because they cracked down so much and people knew. Like, and they were very strict supposedly down in Miami, and they were with the curfew, 11 o'clock, boom, you're done.
A lot of extra law enforcement was supposed to be in place. So hopefully that, kind of deterred anybody from doing anything silly.
Well, I think when you hear that and you see so much presence, I mean, because when you're out and about, do you really see a lot of cops? You don't. You see maybe driving by here and there. When you start seeing police officers walking around, that's a big difference.
And that's the thing, like when they're talking about, they've made more arrests this year in Fort Lauderdale, but considering the amount of people that are going there, it's like, so they said as of yesterday, 18 spring break related arrests were made in Fort Lauderdale alone. This is Fort Lauderdale Police Department, which does not sound like a whole lot. And that's including traffic, drug, and trespassing related offenses. But we know, probably that makes sense. At least it's not any gunplay, right?
Well, no violence,
They said some of
you
those
know,
disorderly conduct, and they said there was one that involved battery on a law enforcement officer, but they were probably acting all nutty when they were trying to get arrested.
Yeah.
But they said in 2023, that's why they're making somewhat of a big deal. There was only 8 arrests that were made that involved spring breakers. So yeah, we have 10 more than last year, but still not as bad as it.
No, that's not a lot.
That Miami was the past few years.
No, for Miami, for what they went through last weekend, like I said, with Ultra added to spring break, they didn't report a lot of bad problems at all, which is great.
And Fort Lauderdale did the same thing because they knew that Miami was cracking down. They're like, all right, we know what's going to happen. They're going to end up here. So they did increase their police presence, too.
And I think when you do that, you know what? Kids are going to see it. They're not going to mess around.
And I don't necessarily think the volume of arrests means that it's worse. It just means that there's more police there. They're getting more people. It's what are they being arrested for?
Sure.
And if you have a big police presence, I think that might help deter some of the more violent crimes that could be committed. You're always going to get the drunks, right? I mean, you're always. I don't. How do you stop that from happening? No. You don't sell booze. I mean, how do you keep it from happening, right?
Yeah, but
the curfew helps a little.
It does because you can still buy booze and party somewhere. I don't know. I mean, I know out in public with the curfew and stuff, but I'm saying like hotels and wherever you're staying at.
Yeah, you can do that. But 11 o'clock, you can't be out. I mean, that's it. You can't be out.
If these arrests are like, drunk and disorderly or just being, publicly intoxicated, again, not good to break the law and everything, but if that's the worst of it, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little weird, but I don't think that's so bad.
Not weird at all.
Especially compared to the violence that we've heard about in the past.
Last year, there were shootings. Last year down in Miami. I mean, so this year it's a lot better considered. But again, look what they had to do. They had to spend a lot of extra money. I'm sure millions of dollars on police presence. But again, you know what? That's going to help. I've said it for years at sporting events. You put more cops there and more security, you're going to see less fights. You just are. I mean, that's just the way it is. People think if they can get away with it, they're going to do it. If they don't think they're going to get away with it and there's police there, you're not going to do it. Who wants to go to jail? Nobody does. But I know what you guys do want to do. You want to go to Dave Matthews. Your chance right now to win tickets to Dave Matthews, 877-927-6969. Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. Your chance to win tickets to Dave Matthews.
Yep, and this is a holiday weekend, the 24th and 25th of May. And so you are going to go one of those 2 days, I think Financial Amphitheater. And tickets are on sale now. If you can't call in, you can purchase them, or you can try to win them on our website. That's realradio921.com. Just search for that contest page.
Yes, give us a call right now at 877-927-6969. The phone lines are jamming up right now. Jimmy will get you on, and then we will have a contest. Barrett Jackson will be here before you know it in April, and we will be live on April 19th. Whitman Rose at Palm Beach. Francis and I will be there doing our show live. Barrett Jackson, another big event. I mean, springtime comes, and every time you turn around, there are big events. And then you got Sunfest, Tortuga, a lot of different events coming at you in April. But we're going to be there April 19th on a Friday. Francis and I doing the show live, Whitman Rose at Palm Beach. Very excited about that. That'll be very cool. Franny, you're going to have to control yourself and not buy a car that day.
Oh, I'll try my best.
Do your best not to buy a car. This weekend, we got March Madness and the Florida Derby, baby. Are you ready? And it's Good Friday. Good Friday, too. My God. A lot of holiness this weekend. I mean, it's going to be tough for me to bet. I got to tell you, I'm going to be struggling. I'm going to need help with a guy upstairs. Call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to try to win tickets to Dave Matthews. Puff Daddy's got some issues going on right now. They seized his houses yesterday in Miami and in L.A., a lot of things going on with Puff Daddy right now, an investigation. We will see what happens.
They didn't seize his houses. They raided his houses.
Raided his house,
yeah, they didn't take his houses away from him, but they did raid his houses. And we're talking about Homeland Security, a big deal. It's a sex trafficking inquiry that they're looking at. So he hopefully doesn't have anything in there. And if he does, then he absolutely should face the law.
Yeah, he's got a couple issues ahead of him.
Some people, he's had issues ahead of or in front of him, and somehow, some way, they just keep on going away.
Yeah.
But now, when you have Homeland Security involved, conducting searches in your home, and this is in Miami, right?
And
I think Homely Hills and Miami Mansions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was 2 of them. If it was part of a federal inquiry into sex trafficking allegations involving him, so
we'll see what happens.
Yep.
Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready, and we're starting today's contest with Eric. Eric, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, pal?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, Eric. Are you a fan of Dave Matthews?
Yes.
All right, good.
All right, let's see if we can get you set up to go see him. Now, he's got 2 shows there, May 24th or May 25th. We don't know which show that we are giving away tickets for. We don't find that out until it's kind of closer to the concert, but we can get you set up with one of those 2 days, and we're going to play a little game, Eric, called He Said, She Said. I'm going to read you a quote. All you got to do is tell us. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I, Jimmy, say it? And if you guess correctly, you're going to go see DMB. All right, buddy?
Okay.
Here is your quote. I didn't feel it coming. I didn't feel it coming. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
Let's go with Greek.
Oh, nice job.
That's right. And this is what it sounded like.
I didn't feel it coming.
I didn't feel it coming. He certainly did. All right, Eric, great job. I'm going to put you on hold. If you can hang tight for a couple of minutes, and I'll get back on the line with you off air. We'll get you set up. Okay, pal?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Congratulations.
There you go.
Yep. And tomorrow we're back at it 11:45. We got a pair one-day general admission passes to Welcome to Rockville. That's at the Daytona International Speedway. Foo Fighters, Motley Crue, Slipknot, Judas Priest, just to name a few. But if you're like, I really wanted those Dave Matthews tickets, then make sure you are tuned in on Thursday because that's what we're going to be giving away again on air. As always, realradio921.com/contest. You can register to win for all the good stuff.
Thank you so much, Jimmy, for your help. And thank you, Francis, for giving everybody updates. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. We were talking earlier about weddings, craziest things that you've seen at a wedding or maybe that you've been involved in. Or did you ever go to a wedding and you were like, man, this food is terrible? Or did you say anything to the people, too? Or did you just, like, keep it to yourself? March Madness is this weekend. If you got some winners, let us know. We'd love to hear about that. And the Florida Derby. All going on this weekend in Florida. We're excited about that. Remember, you can bet on sports now with the Hard Rock app, which is legal. And if you're going to be betting, make sure you do bet on the Hard Rock app. And again, for the Florida Derby, you can bet on at the Palm Beach Kennel Club. I believe Friday at 12 o'clock is when it starts. You could double check their website for the actual time, but I do think it is on Friday at 12 o'clock we'll start taking bets on the Florida Derby. And I believe there's 10 horses in the race. We'll get into that more today.
There was 10 when I saw yesterday.
Was there? Okay, great. We're going to get into that more today on the Greek Zone with Mike, who is a good friend of the show and a guy who's in the horse racing business. And last year gave us the winner of the Derby and the Kentucky Derby. So listen up today after 2. He's going to be joining us. We'll talk to him. And we'll see what he says about the Florida Derby. And we'll also see what he says about the Kentucky Derby. And we'll talk about March Madness, which is going to be this weekend. We're at the Sweet 16. And
now, I'm sorry if you said it or not. Can you bet on horses on the Hard Rock app or no?
I'm not sure. I think you can.
Can you? I'm looking now. I don't see anything.
Maybe not. You might not be able to. I'm not sure.
Huh. All right.
If it's not on there, then I don't think it is.
Well, of course, if it's not on, but I don't know if I searched. I just.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because
Because you can bet other places in the state of Florida, obviously at the tracks, simulcast.
And maybe they reserve the right to that.
Yeah,
because I know you can NASCAR, soccer, rugby. I mean, you can do all this stuff. So I wasn't sure if you could.
Yeah, I don't see any place
I don't either.
for it.
Yeah, I don't think that you can. Again, Palm Beach Kennel Club, I think after 12 on Friday, they're taking bets for a Florida Derby. But again, the Derby will probably be about, I'm thinking 6:50, 5 to 7. It's the last race of the card usually. So that'll be Saturday night about 10 to 7. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved in the show. If you guys have any of the situations where weddings, you were at a wedding and you were like, oh, my God, this was crazy what happened. Or maybe food. The food was so bad that you had to leave early because you were starving. That's pretty crazy if you had to leave early and you go up to them and you go, I got to leave. Why? I'm leaving because the food's so terrible and I got to go get something to eat. I don't know if I would tell anybody that if I was leaving. I think I might be just like, I'm out of here. And what are the crazy things that you've ever heard or witnessed at a wedding? For me, it was a gentleman, a good friend of mine, who told me he was calling the wedding off a week later, and he did do it. He was having an affair with somebody, and he's still with the girl today, so I guess it worked out for him in that situation. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved with the show. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Jimmy, do we have somebody on hold or my mistake?
The prize winner.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We have, it looks like there's 11 horses right now set for the Florida Derby.
Okay.
And a couple of headlines were saying that Fierceness is probably, you know, the one to look at for a winner, currently sitting at 8-5 with the odds.
Wow.
Hades is another one that's at 7-2 right now. And the next one, Conquest Warrior, is at 3-1. I guess those will be your favorites right now. Got a couple 30-1s though.
I don't know if I'm taking Hades with what's going on over there right now. I think I might pass on that horse.
Hades. That's the only way I would know how to pronounce that. Hades, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
Not
we'll
like
say
Haiti.
that. We'll say Hades instead, just to make it sound. But a couple 20-1s. 30-1 there. Iris's Dream.
Okay.
We got Seminole Chief is 30-1 currently, sitting in the 8-hole.
Oh, you got to bet that for the Hard Rock.
Yeah, right.
It's right in Florida.
You have to, right? A little hometown news at Cadillac. It's 20-1, and we got Real Macho at 20-1, and Bail Us Out, Grand Mo. Those are both 15-1, and Frankie's Empire is in the 1-hole. One post at 12-1 currently. Those are your 11 horses in the Florida Derby. That is going off at 6:42 p.m. on Saturday.
So about 5-6 long shots.
According to this, right?
So about 5-6 long shots.
Yeah.
We got to bet Seminole.
Not bad. Some 20s and 30s to 1. You know, that's what we usually look for, right?
Yeah.
Minimum of 20, right?
Well, yeah, we want 20.
Yeah, because anything under that, it just, this doesn't pay enough, right?
Yeah, it's just not worth it. I mean, come on. What are we going to do here? I like Seminole. We got to definitely bid that for the Hard Rock. Make sure we do that. Remember, Palm Beach Kennel Club, you can bet the Derby on Friday after 3 o'clock if you guys want.
If you can't get down to Gulfstream, I mean, it's a great alternative to be able to do some horse betting because they've got it right there, and it's a great place. Grab yourself some dinner, too.
Yep. Very good time. And, again, comedians there. Go on their website. Jimmy just saw a great show last Saturday.
Yeah, Adam Carolla was there on Saturday, and I know I saw Pauly Shore's coming up, and there's a couple other shows coming as well. So keep an eye on what they got going on under their events page on their website because they got a great place. It's an awesome place to watch a comedian.
Dice Clay was there recently a couple times.
He's been there. I think I was talking to Mike, one of their guys that works there. He's been there, I think, like 6 or 8 times now. Believe it or not, I didn't realize he had been there that many times. And now he's doing some other venues as well. But good to see him there. Good to see Adam there. Great place. And but Pauly Shore, another guy I never really saw his stand-up. I mean, I know him more for his movies and, that silliness and stuff and TV shows that he's been on. Not really his stand-up stuff. That was the first time I ever saw Adam Carolla for a stand-up, too.
He used to do improv, Pauly Shore.
Yeah.
Yep, he did. I remember
seen
he
him.
used to be on with us.
Oh, I know he has. I just, I'm not as familiar with that. And the same thing with Adam. I wasn't familiar with the stand-up stuff. I know him from The Man Show and then some of the other bits and skits that he's done on TV over the years.
Wasn't it Pauly Shore's mom or somebody who owned that big, or somebody, family member that owned the big club in California or New York?
Yes.
Like, that's where he was, brought up in a comedy club.
Right.
Yeah, I forget the name of it, though. You're right. It was the Comedy Strip. Maybe that was it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think something like that. But Palm Beach Kennel Club, good place
The
to
Comedy Store.
Comedy Store.
Comedy Store.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big one, yeah.
Yeah, good place to hang out, enjoy a good meal, and bet horses every single day. I stop in there many times at the paddock.
And they got the poker room, too.
Yeah, the poker room, too. That's all under one roof, the Palm Beach Kennel Club. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is Francis. It is a Tuesday. We just gave away Dave Matthews tickets. Every day we got a big giveaway for you guys because we appreciate you always tuning in to Real Radio. We'll be back in a few minutes with some fun facts and the second half of the show. Can you wait? I can't. Peace.
Introducing the latest way to hear the greatest station in the world. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Rover from Real Radio, and we'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for Tastings, an unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event. Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want. You can also be the first to sample with a VIP ticket that gets you in an hour before everyone else. For tickets and all the event info, head to pbtastings.com.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
looking at a nice drive along your expressways, 95 and the Turnpike, currently accident-free. Got some road work on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler Drive that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Hey, let's get out of here. With Audible, we could root for a lone astronaut as he tries to save Earth from disaster. Maybe go for a run with the founder of the world's biggest sneaker brand. We could get the tea on the real-life media mogul succession drama. Or find out what life is really like for an Oscar-winning actress. I mean, with Audible, we could go anywhere. There's more to imagine when we listen. Hear the latest audiobooks, podcasts, and originals at audible.com.
If you're tired of dealing with chronic pain or anxiety like me, there's a solution. Hey, it's Franny, and the solution for me was Miracle Leaf Port St. Lucie. Thanks to Miracle Leaf, I got my medical marijuana card, and now I can manage my symptoms naturally. With expert guidance, they made the process simple and stress-free. Their knowledgeable staff walked me through every step, including how to correctly use the medical marijuana registry. This is huge. At Miracle Leaf Port St. Lucie, they have 210-day renewal for your medical marijuana card rather than 90 days like those other places. So check them out today on their Facebook at Miracle Leaf Port St. Lucie.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Carr, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS
12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
March is full of excitement at Gulfstream Park Casino. Join us every Saturday for the one-of-a-kind Derby Days video game and race your way to the winner's circle for your share of over $15,000 in free play. For more details, visit GulfstreamParkCasino.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. To the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Welcome back into the Penthouse. What is going on? Thank you so much for tuning in. Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7, and of course on the absolutely free iHeart Radio app. This is Franny. We have Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hello and good afternoon.
And we do have G-Man running around here too. But Jersey Mike's did something really cool. They dropped off a bunch of stuff for us. And I just want to give you a heads up. If you are not aware, they do a lot of good, Jersey Mike's does. And they do this whole day of giving where Jersey Mike's donates their sales to a bunch of charities. And if you want to help do some good, well, you can do that by going to Jersey Mike's because they're celebrating their 14th annual Day of Giving. And that's going to be tomorrow by donating all sales to local charities.
How nice, huh?
Right?
They were nice enough to drop off some sandwiches here, too, for us.
Yep. So more than 100 of their shops nationwide is going to participate in the event. You make a purchase in-store, online, or through the app, and then Jersey Mike's will donate all profits to charity. So really cool thing that they've been doing, and now this is going to be their 14th year of doing it.
Thank you, Jersey Mike's.
What's going on, G-Man?
I got locked out outside.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
No, thank you.
Why didn't you text somebody?
Who am I going to text? There's nobody here.
One of us?
Well, you're working. Jimmy's in the studio.
Well, somebody found out.
Yeah.
Oh, Dom was walking by.
I was like, one of us? We would have let you in.
I went outside to check something in my car, and then I got a phone call, and I started talking. I couldn't get back in. It was a very scary situation. I got to tell you, I was very emotionally scarred. Going to do some Florida stories?
How about fun facts?
Oh, whatever.
How long have you been doing this?
Oh, whatever. Whatever.
I know. Okay. Well, these are going to be random facts that I just found to be interesting because today's holidays. I was like, man, I don't know if we want money, like facts about spinach or.
Oh yeah, come on!
I had some spinach the other night. It was very healthy.
I listen. I like spinach. I had some in a smoothie yesterday, but I found some interesting facts that we'll get into, and these are just at random. So I wanted to bring this one up, Jimmy, because it reminded me of you. So there is an actual law in Scotland where any man who gets caught wearing underwear under his kilt can be fined 2 cans of beer.
Oh, well, I'm not risking it.
They say, but it's hard to imagine anyone being employed to enforce this law. Right?
Yeah,
what do you got underneath there?
Better check.
Now, Jimmy, I was out. Did you ever wear it? And they're wearing it out?
I didn't. It hasn't come in yet.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gotten the shirts yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Hopefully,
I'm glad I didn't miss
they
it.
should be in time for tastings.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
So I'm planning on wearing it there.
All right, nice.
I hope it's not a windy day.
I hope it is.
Just kidding. A bunch of people do. You know what? For those cops that do it, you know the old 50-year-old gag prank.
The mirror.
The canes with the mirror.
Yeah.
So we walk around with those.
Don't get any ideas, ladies. My wife's going to be there, too.
These are just random facts. Neil Simon intentionally wrote a bad Broadway play called Fools. They said because his ex-wife had just won the rights to his next play in their divorce.
Wow.
So he wanted to make one that would flop, and it did. They said it only ran for 1 month in 1981.
Wow, that's amazing.
Uh-huh. He's like, have some. There is a word for the male equivalent of a mistress. It is chichisbeo. 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 Cisbeo, and it's pronounced like chichisbeo. So if your chichisbeo. So if your wife has a guy on the side, she's got a chichisbeo.
Never heard that.
Knew that either. I know that's why I'm.
I heard side piece, mistress.
No, but this is for guys.
But I've never even heard what a guy has because guys usually don't cheat.
Gigolo, right? It's kind of the name that sort of goes with it.
Gigolo's more like a prostitute, right? A male prostitute.
Yeah, gigolo's a male prostitute. See, guys really don't cheat. It's women. So.
Yeah, see, Franny?
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
We don't know the name of it. Got it.
Doesn't exist for us because we're very loyal and faithful.
Of course, I think that's an Italian word, too, if you look it up.
What?
The chichizo.
Yeah, I believe so, too.
Well, gumad means like a side piece in Italian. That's the word for it that the Italians use. Gumad means that's his girlfriend and side piece beyond his wife. It was in Goodfellas.
Thank you.
Well, you said it's an Italian word. I'm telling you what the Italian word is. It's called gumad. That's what it is.
For the guy or the girl?
For the woman.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't sound very feminine. Gumad.
Well, check it out.
They said, well, no, I believe you.
I did. That's why I mentioned it, because I looked it up.
The movie Titanic, because you brought it up because of the door, they say minus the present day scenes and credits, runs 2 hours and 40 minutes. That is the exact time it took for the Titanic to go down in 1912.
Oh, wow. You think that's he did on purpose?
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they love doing little Easter eggs like that, you know?
2 hours and 40 minutes.
Right. And then we have, this is just like I said, random fun facts today about fears that celebrities have. Matthew McConaughey is terrified of revolving doors. Revolving doors?
Yeah.
Tyra Banks is terrified of dolphins. And Johnny Depp is terrified of clowns.
He should be terrified of judges.
Yeah. I mean, actually, he probably, Amber Heard.
Yeah, she should be.
Yep. And finally here, The Killers and Silence of the Lambs, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Psycho are all based on the same serial killer from the 40s and 50s. The real guy's name is Ed Gein. Ed Gein. So Silence of the Lambs, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Psycho are all based on the same serial killer, which I did not know. And there you go for your fun facts for the day.
Thank you, Francis. Great job. Fun facts. We do them every day at 12:05. Pirates of the Caribbean that Johnny Depp did. How many were there? Was there like 6 or 7, somebody was
I
telling
don't
me?
know if there was that many. Maybe you're right. I know I do like the series. It's just been a while.
It seems like every time they're on, they show one, and I'm like, which one is it? They all seem the same. But my buddy was telling me that there was like 6 or
5, maybe?
Really? Wow.
Are there 6? I don't know. Is there?
He must
There's
have
a lot.
Yeah, he must have made a ton with those. There's no doubt about it.
I'm seeing 5.
Okay.
That's still a lot.
One in 2003, 6, 7, 11, and 17.
Mm-hmm. And 2017 was the last one, huh?
According to this,
Yeah. Yep.
So we got The Curse of the Black Pearl,
Mm-hmm.
Dead Man's Chest, At World's End, on Stranger Tides, and Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Okay.
Those are the 5 that I see here, according to Wikipedia.
Ooh, he's had something wrong with those. I'm surprised they haven't had another one. But didn't he have a fallout with Disney? I think he had a big...
Something happened.
Yeah,
it might have all had to do with what was going on in court.
Yeah, I think he did.
And then they wanted to cut their ties.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call. We had a situation with weddings. If you have any situations that you had with a wedding you attended, maybe the food was so bad or just something crazy that happened that you're like, I cannot believe that this happened at a wedding. Give us a call or a text us at Real Radio 47142.
Do you ever feel guilty if you stay at home and it's nice outside and you just stay inside because you're tired?
Sometimes, yeah.
They actually have a name for that. It's called sunshine guilt. And of course, as I mentioned, they actually specify it as if there's like a string of days where it's like rainy out and very dreary and that type of thing. And then you have a nice sunny day and you have off of work and that type of thing, like it's a Sunday. and then you just don't feel like going out, so you stay inside. You kind of feel guilty.
I do sometimes,
because it's a good day, obviously, nice weather day. You should be able to get outside and either accomplish some to-do list type things or just enjoy the day outside. It's loosely related to other trends like FOMO, of course. Bed rotting is something that we've heard lately that people reference when they just don't get out of bed for a lot of times. That's a Scottish term for staying in bed. Your sunshine guilt might cut even deeper if you check social media and see your friends out enjoying the nice weather. A woman on TikTok was talking about how she was having it, and here's what she said about it.
I am experiencing sunshine guilt right now. It is an abnormally beautiful day outside, but I'm tired. So now I feel this pressure to go outside and go for a walk and enjoy the weather while it lasts. I can't enjoy myself indoors now because the whole time I'm thinking that I should be outside. So basically my day is ruined.
Oh my God, the problems.
Oh my God. What issues? Oh my God. I feel so bad. My God. Bet on March Madness. Relax.
I feel so bad. Oh, her day is ruined now because she feels bad.
I can't.
It's crazy, and she actually believes that, which is the crazier.
Ed is willing to put that on video and post it on social media.
And she made it to the New York Post because of that, and she's got the millions of views because of that sunshine guilt. It is so crazy.
It is one thing to feel it, but to sit there and cry to blues like, my day's ruined. Now I can't enjoy it inside either. What am I going to do?
Oh my God, it's crazy how people live their lives sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sure is.
And like you said, Franny, and you too, Jimmy, you said, and she's getting people reading it, and the New York Post is putting it out there. She's got sunshine. I got to call you back. I'm dealing with some sunshine guilt.
Oh, somebody in the New York Post was like, I got the best new article for us. So we write. It's just so crazy. And yes, I understand it, but I'm not going to go to social media. I understand that feeling where it's so gorgeous outside, and you're like, what am I doing in here? And
I'm tired. I just want to lay down. I want to watch a little TV or something.
Sometimes you got to listen.
Fine.
You got to listen to your body, even if it's beautiful outside. Yep.
Yeah, do whatever you got to do. It makes you happy. I mean, don't feel guilty that you have to be outside. Or go outside, sit in a chair, and sit on your ass and smoke a joint. Do what you want. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Wedding stories. What have you ever gone to a wedding where it's been so crazy they said, I cannot believe this has happened? Or maybe you went to a wedding and the food was so bad. And did you even say anything to the person? Like, I got to leave because I'm hungry. Imagine saying that to somebody at a wedding. I'm starving. I got to get out of here. Let us know. Give us a call or text us at Real Radio 47142.
Well, speaking of sunshine and social media, we got a little combination here. The Sunshine State just passed a social media law. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed HB 3 yesterday, a bill that will give parents and teens under 16 more control over their kids' access to social media and require age verification for many websites. Just give you a couple of the highlights. The bill requires social media platforms to prevent kids under 14 from creating accounts and to delete existing ones. It also requires parents or guardians' consent for 14 and 15-year-olds to create and maintain social media accounts, and mandates that platforms delete social media accounts and personal information for this age group at the teen or parent's request. So that's basically it. There's like more info on it. Like they can get a $10,000 fine under if they knowingly
the social media platform.
Yeah,
I saw that you signed that yesterday, DeSantis.
Yep. So it's in effect. What do you think would be a good way for age verification? Any ideas? And we've been talking about this a couple times between some of the porn sites that have been pulling out of like Texas where they stopped being there in Utah.
Because having to put in your birth date is not enough. Anybody can. I mean, if you can do simple math, you can you can make yourself 18.
Sure. Yeah. We see it on alcohol sites all the time where you have to put in an age verification, but it really doesn't do anything. And are we ever going to get to a point where we have an electronic signature that can verify our age, maybe through a photo ID type thing that you can post up there? And if so, is that a danger of identity theft?
Well, like how they have the facial recognition, how you open up a lot of your apps, right, with it? I mean, is there a way that maybe you're in a system like that and that's what they do before you do it, a facial recognition to see if that you're...
Yeah, like you have a national database or something.
Yeah, but that doesn't tll your age.
No, but I'm saying make it that way in a database like that.
Because the next thing they're going to start with this is gambling sites. because there's no age on that. And there are a lot of young kids that are gambling. That's another problem they've been talking about that is just rising tremendously.
Yep.
And there's no control of it. For Florida, obviously, it's the Hard Rock app, but other states, there's 30 or 40 of them you could bet with. I know in New Jersey, New York, there's a ton. And that's another problem they're talking about.
Can you get
Can you upload your ID or something? I mean, if you have, but that would mean you would have to go get one. I know some people who don't have licenses or IDs, but go out and get one. There are some websites that make you issue or that have you upload a copy of your government issued IDs.
Yeah, well, if you don't have if you're under 17, I mean, the only thing you have is your driver's license.
Yeah, but that's an ID.
Yeah, I'm saying, but if you're 15 years old, what do you have?
Well, then you can't upload social media.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm saying if they make it mandatory, I'm talking about betting sites and different things like that, where they're talking about now where young kids are betting at 13, 12
Well, no,
years.
and then with your ID, you could still upload a copy of your ID, and it'll show that you're 18.
Yeah, they have to do something.
And that's the thing. But I think, last time we talked about something like this, Greek brought up a point that there are going to be people that, well, I don't know if I trust, putting my photo ID up somewhere, right? To whether it's, and that's the thing, like who's going to have it, all right? Is the government going to run it? Is a state government going to run it? Is a local municipality going to run it? Is the federal government going to run it? Is there a national ID? Is that the way we should go with something, with things like this? The one question I would have, and this could apply to other things too, and you're talking about the gambling sites, and it's a good point. I get that, but in order to have an account on there, you have to have a credit card. Can you get a credit card under 18?
Yes.
Okay, so then that rules that out. That if you're 17 or 16, then you can have a credit card.
You can put your banking information in these apps. That's and you can do it that way. And there's a lot of kids who do have bank accounts.
So there you go. That rules that out. I was just thinking that might be a way, because if you only can't get a credit card till you're 18, well, then if you have that, but scratch that idea.
If you guys have any suggestions, let us know. 47142. I know the government issued ID would probably be the best way to do it. I know everybody doesn't want to do that. But hey, if you don't want to comply to it, then you don't get social media or whatever the case may be.
No, again, if you don't want to do it, then you're not going to get it. So it's pretty simple. I mean, that'd probably be the best way. But I think they are worried tremendously about kids on different sites.
It's the idea behind the legislation, right? Is they're seeing the addictive qualities of it, and they want to address that. So that seems to be a big part of why they passed this law.
Well, again, they're worried about young kids getting involved in any of these situations, whether it's like you said, it could be gambling sites or social media sites or different things they shouldn't be going on, because then you don't want them to have a problem with their lives as they get older in their late teens or 20s or so forth in their 30s. But you guys have any suggestions how you can do this or prevent it? Call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. Again, I don't know a way that they can do it. I really don't.
That legislation is set to take effect January 1st of next year, too, just to finish that one off.
Are we one of the only states that have this, or are there other states?
Social media?
Yeah, we're the most. I think this ban is the most restrictive one for minors, but I think there's other states that do have some sort of rules put in effect with social media. But they're saying, if you read, they say that this is the country's most restrictive social media ban for minors.
Which could be good. I mean, again, most parents don't know what their kids are doing in a lot of areas, not just social media. So it could be, hold them accountable for what's going on and to help them not to get into trouble, which I think will be a great thing because today with the way social media is with kids, it is not a great thing. Franny, Gen Zs are doing something new with their phone, and what are they doing?
Yeah, they're just putting the damn thing away. I'm just kidding. No, they're setting it to do not disturb. And it was one of those things. They were like, should we jump on this like they are doing? And maybe, sometimes it's nice not to have your phone around. And sometimes between text messages and emails, it can be quite stressful. But to actually set your phone to do not disturb for most of the day, this is something that they're doing. And this is on the Huffington Post. They were talking about, is this the one habit everybody should steal from Gen Z? They said for your peace of mind, maybe you'll want to consider doing this on your smartphone. Maybe not every single day, but a little bit. But they were saying, when it comes to it, you put on do not disturb. That doesn't mean you're not receiving messages, but you're not constantly hearing the ding, ding, ding. And it's not always. I mean, those messages will go through. Phone calls, they say, because going to vibrate isn't enough anymore, according to these people. So, it's one of those things. And is it the same on yours with the do not disturb? It's got like the little alarm, little bell with an X over it?
I don't know if I set it to that. So
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up, see what Android does.
Got it. But surrender your phone basically useless for the entire day is about as close to Zen as people can imagine. And they said, yeah, it sounds weird, but the way Gen Z sees it, it's their phone, their time, and their prerogative if they need to set boundaries. So when you're doing something important, they were talking specifically like studying for exams, work, a new Snapchat notification or Instagram message can send them in a downward spiral, scrolling away, right? It happens. It gets stuck in a hole through their social media. And they said for several minutes. So putting it into that DND for chunks of the day helps them stay away from that stuff.
And then the people who are trying to get in touch with you, obviously they can flip out too because they are on the other side saying, what the hell are you doing? I can't get in touch with you. But yeah, I think it's something if you want to just shut it down, you can.
I don't know if this is a Android thing or a Samsung thing, but I just simply says do not disturb.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think if people are calling you, and it depends how active you are on your phone and how many people are, interacting with you every day too. If you got a bunch of people, you know what, and you just want to say like, hey, I'm going to shut it down for a half hour.
Well, and that's what they say. And a lot of it, bonus of putting the DND, you dodge all those spam calls and text messages that we're all getting. I mean, I just had 2 randomly just send, and I'm just getting so more these days. Somebody said that they saw my resume and have been recommended by several online recruitment agencies for a part-time job. Isn't that funny? Because I haven't put out my resume or talked to any recruitment agencies.
I get that stuff too all the time.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I think do you have a LinkedIn account?
I do.
I wonder if it comes through that.
I don't know,
because
but I don't.
That's like job recruitment and stuff that's in there too, isn't there?
Yeah, but there's no. I don't know, but this is for like part time for. What does it say? Work from home, and you do simply rate your favorite hotels is how it is.
Oh wow!
So yeah, I mean, I just got that one. I got some random ones. So it can be if you're working, it can be distracting where you see that you have a new notification from whatever it is. I know it's very easy for somebody to open that up and you're watching a dog video, and then now you're watching 10 dog videos.
Just like that.
Yes,
I know.
it does. It happens.
Trapped in that rabbit hole.
Yeah. It's a real thing.
Yeah, and if it's going to disturb you or bother you or keep you from what you're doing, maybe it's something good. And then you could keep focused. Some people are like that. They see something, and then the next thing you know, they're like, all right, I'm gone. 877-927-6969 on the table today, weddings. And also, what is a good way that we can prevent people from getting on certain apps or websites if they're not of age? Let us know if you have any thoughts on that. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Gave away Dave Matthews tickets. Today in the Greek Zone, we'll be talking about March Madness and sports betting, what's going on with a couple of the players. Some investigations are going on in Major League Baseball and the NBA, and we'll talk also about the Florida Derby and so much more. It is the Penthouse on a Fat Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
They're trying to get rid of hotel bathtubs, and I just can't stand for it.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't take your side.
Sealand, you've used a hotel bathtub before. I've seen it. Wait.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday, April 1st. Watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. And listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otesla Ultralast is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Palm Beach Expressway is up to speed. Downtown at West Palm Beach, Flagler Drive remains shut down from Lakeview Avenue to Banyan. This is a breakdown for the Palm Beach International Boat Show. Flagler Drive expected to be closed through April 1st. Use Quadro Boulevard instead. That's traffic and Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's the Greek. What do guys do when they get together? Maybe they're hanging out, playing golf, talking about their favorite team, talking about their family, their kids, their favorite pet, their hobbies, or maybe they're talking about just having a cigar. Well, in fact, most men talk about those topics, but there are a few things men should really talk about. Much more intimate issues, performance anxiety, and disappointing their partner. I know it's not easy to talk about, but there's a place to go where they'll be happy to listen. Simply Men's Health. The number is 561-459-5356. That's 561-459-5356. They offer a wide range of wellness and med spa services from anti-aging to male sexual health. They'll get you back to your youth and make you feel young again. Right now, you can get one of their free ED treatments from Simply Men's Health when you call 561-459-5356. That's 561-459-5356. They can make you feel young again and make you a rock star you were when you were young. Peace.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the West parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Owen. I'm a cigarette.
Do you like being a cigarette?
No, I don't. Not really into killing thousands of people. Sorry, no filter.
Right.
What's your sign?
Pisces?
I'm a Cancer. Cigarette joke. But seriously, I do cause cancer. And heart disease. And strokes. I could go on forever. Unlike the people who smoke me.
The average smoker lives 10 years less than non-smokers. Quit today. Find out how at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we have represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, just Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
No, I'm getting a cold.
Honey. Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, just Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app. Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome back into the where am I?
The page. Welcome back to the page.
Where am I? The PH, the Penthouse, only on Real Radio. What is going on? This is Franny. Good afternoon to you, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And we do have G-Man running around here somewhere. But while I got your attention, let me tell you about our tastings event. Yes, this is unlimited food, wine, craft beer, and music happening April 13th. It's a Saturday, so you got a whole other day to recover at the Tanger Outlets. This is Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard. It's a fantastic event. We've been doing this for a number of years, and it just gets bigger and better. And we're talking 20-plus amazing restaurants that are going to be there doing unlimited food sampling, like The Cooper. They're excellent. City Cellar Wine Bar and Grill, Payway, Yard House, Buffalo Wild Wings, just to name a few. And then if you like your cocktails and your craft beers, Ace Cider, Hop Life Brewing, the tasting room. You also have Voodoo Juice from Hurricane Grill. I see Mulligan's is bringing out their famous Bloody Mary. So many more options are going to be out there. So make sure you get your tickets. Get those in advance because it is going to cost you a little bit more if you get them right there at the gate. That is pbtastings.com. And hello, good afternoon, G-Man.
Thank you, Francis. Now it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, the NFL owners are having meetings in Orlando, and there's going to be some rule changes that we'll get into later. But Robert Kraft was speaking about the 10-part series about the New England Patriots, and he said he was not happy about it. And it does seem like when a lot of these shows are made or series about certain things, Derek Jeter had one, Michael Jordan, the Patriots, a lot of people involved are really not happy about it. They get interviewed and talked to, and then they believe that they're going to be in it or something about what they said, and it's not really what they said, or it's just completely left out. Kraft said he was not happy with the 10-part series about the Patriots and felt it focused more on the negativity of what went on during those 20 years when they had that great run and being in, I believe it was 9 Super Bowls, excuse me. But again, it's going to happen. A lot of people are not going to be happy the way things are portrayed. And I guess, you know what? Then you got to maybe have more control of them or do them yourselves. And then you could be happy with the way things are put out there. Iowa last night with Caitlin Clark advanced to the Sweet 16 in the women's March Madness tournament. She had 37 points as they did beat West Virginia. And the NBA is investigating Porter, a basketball player for the Toronto Raptors, who came out of a game early. And they're checking into him, why he came out of a game early and affected prop bets that were there. Jeremy, our caller, dropped in earlier about the subject and was investigating him as far as his prop bets of coming out early and then he didn't make them, and somebody put a bet in on there for $20,000. And Major League Baseball has its issues, too. Ohtani had a press conference yesterday, 13 minutes for the Dodgers, saying he never bet on baseball. $4.3 million was wired out of his account. I'm sure that he's going to have to answer about that and tell how that possibly happened, because if you wire money out of your account, you have to give the authority for people to do it. Somebody else can't do it. But we'll see what happens with all this stuff. It is very interesting. Legalized sports betting is all over the country, and you're going to see more and more of this. It's going to just pop up. So you got to really not be surprised and deal with it. The integrity of the game is the biggest thing for all sports. But I think these little bumps are not going to hurt it. I think people will still watch sports and still bet on it and still root for their teams. We will see what happens with all of this, but I think most of these investigations will come up negative. And that is your trifecta for midday. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call to get involved with the show. We had weddings, something that crazy that happened at a wedding, or was the food ever really, really bad? Franny, I know we all have a ton of unread emails. At least I do. What do they really mean for you, though?
Yeah, so I will let you know. I have a couple texts I want to get into quickly because we brought it out. We put out the bat signal for teenagers with the social media ban that our Governor DeSantis signed yesterday, the bill. We have, because we're like, well, what can we do to verify age besides what they're doing now? Because clearly it's not working.
No.
And we were saying, can kids have credit cards and asking all kinds of questions. And they said, it says, FYI, in Florida, you only have to be 5 years old to get a government-issued ID card. I did not know that. So I guess go get an identification card.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have regarding IDs. I know of a website. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but I guess they're saying that there is a website where you can get fake IDs. And so they said that they're very legit, that they don't know if the whole government issued identification would work.
Yeah. A lot of kids have fake IDs.
Yes.
Like they get into bars and restaurants.
Yes. But we got the what is it, like the barcode or the code on the back and stuff like that. I mean, there's ways because they scan your card to verify if it's real.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, if there's going to be some sort of an electronic ID, whether, some sort of photo ID
it would be in the system.
You could have some sort of barcode.
But if it's government issued ID, it would be in the system, right? These fake IDs wouldn't, but I don't know. And then somebody says a teenager can have a bank account, but it's not a regular one. It's a student account, and I believe can be regulated. I believe I can be regulated certain purchases. I don't know. They can be regulated, I guess, with certain purchases, according to that text. So I remember having a bank account. I don't know how regulated it was because I've had a job forever.
I had one.
Yeah.
But we used to.
And it wasn't a student account. And this was.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we had you had a little bank card, a bank account, and you would just go and put money in the bank, and then they would show you your balance, and that was it. I mean, but as a kid. But, I don't know how they could really monitor it. It's going to be difficult. Unless something with your phone. That's the only thing I can think of. But and they would have to figure out how they could do it to get into these websites and different things like that. That it would have to, show your age.
And then something off topic says, sorry, Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura. Robert Kennedy Jr. was going to announce his vice president running mate to be film producer and environmentalist Nicole Shanahan.
Yeah, that was announced last week or about a week ago. They said that. Jet fans were happy about that.
Yeah.
I guess he's officially going to
do it today.
Announce it today. Yeah, she's in the running right now. Yeah.
So if your inbox and your email is constantly full, they claim that it's costing you dearly. And I'm curious about this. I have an email I've had forever. It's my Yahoo account. And that's if I sign up for stupid stuff or that's where I put all that crap at. And it can get up to the thousands.
Really?
And then I'll just go in because I know it's not anything I really care about. I can just go in and just delete them all in one chunk and I don't care.
Right.
My Gmail account, that's more.
Funny. That's the one you gave me.
You're like, why haven't you responded to any of my emails?
Oh, wow.
And then I have my
That hurts a little.
and then I have my personal.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
You told me always email you there.
Guess that's
I was
why I
like,
never hear
yes,
back.
my Yahoo. And then I have my Gmail account, which is more personal and somewhat business. And then I have business accounts. I have my account in real estate, and then I have here at iHeart. We have our own.
Wow.
So
you have a lot of emails. You're important.
I'm important, but yes, I have lots of emails. So I get that. But when you open up my junk, people always get shocked because when you look at it from the home screen of your phone, they combine all the amounts of emails. And I've had people go, "You have 2,000 emails right now," and I was like, "Well, I have a lot of accounts." But
wow,
but I'll
that
go.
is a lot.
But I'll go and I'll.
So your iPhone
Yes.
will accumulate all of those
Yes.
or calculate all those up and say you have this overall number? Oh, really?
Like
Oh,
when you
wow.
look on the home screen with your little mail icon, it'll do that. But a majority of those are from just all the crap I've signed up for in the. I mean, I got that Yahoo account, I don't know, 18? Years.
And I'm sure there's so much of that is spam. So,
And it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
And so that, like, I can make that number go down quickly because I'll just go into that Yahoo and I'll just delete everything really fast. But there are people who just let it accumulate. I have a girlfriend who opened up her phone between her text messages, her missed phone calls, and her emails. It gives me anxiety.
How many?
Like I'll look and I'll be like 83 missed phone calls that like she doesn't even go or listen to.
Wow.
She's got like 109 text messages, and so it makes me feel good that at least she answers mine.
Yeah, really. She must like you.
And her emails are crazy, and I'm just
She
like,
must be popular.
but I just like I think she just lets them accumulate. Like that's it. But yeah, the claim is that if you are one of those responsible adults who gets back to 0 unread emails each day, or are you one of those people, or is your inbox full of them? So there is a new study found that letting it stay cluttered like that may be affecting you and your mental health. They said more than you realize. It found people who let their emails build up like that or use their inbox like a to-do list are more likely to forget about stuff and let it fall to the wayside. There's like, and that can be a problem when it's something like, I don't know, a reminder to pay a bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they found that a cluttered inbox can leave you feeling flustered, disorganized all the time. It could even be costing you hundreds of dollars a year in things like unnecessary late fees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, that said, 52% of people with cluttered inboxes claim they like the way they do things.
Yeah, that's right. Stay out
I'm
of
an
my-
organized mess, okay? Leave me alone.
Well, I can also be a reflection of who you are as a person. Just like some people's homes or cars are messy.
Yes.
And you know what? That's the way they like to live. Nothing wrong with it. That's just what you're comfortable with.
Some people just don't care.
That's
That's true. And that's what they're like. I don't need to change anything. I'm good.
Yeah.
I like that clutter. I don't mind having all those emails. But the inbox zero crowd, they actually are, they do better, according to this. So are you guys are you inbox zero?
Yeah, I just every day. I mean, I don't have many emails. I mean, if I get text messages, there could be certain subjects, but I go through them pretty quickly. There's not a lot. The most I ever had.
What do you mean by going quickly? Delete before reading. I'm just gonna
checking them all,
delete that. Who needs to read that? Just
Well, it
delete.
depends on the person, too. Like, I don't have contacts on my phone. Everybody knows that or knows me. I just have all numbers. But if I see something from you, like pick me up and bring me breakfast, I'm going to respond. Jimmy, obviously, a couple of our bosses, I'm going to respond to. But my friends, yeah. But everybody else, not really. I mean, unless it's urgent, not really going to look into it. But my emails, yeah, I'll go through them. I'll just, like you said, delete, and go, oh, wow, I have 0. Text messages, if I get a lot. Recently, I had a whole bunch because of a situation when I put my phone on, and it was pretty weird. It was a little scary. It was like 82. But, besides that, I get to them. How about you, Jim?
I stay on top of it because between work and as far as my mine at home, I mean, I try to keep it clear. I hate the cluttered email, like, the inbox and having stuff there from a long time ago.
Yeah.
There are a couple emails that I hold on to, but if you were to see both my emails between work, well, I have 2 emails primarily that I use on a personal basis, and then one at work, and I have all kinds of folders with categories, so like work, it's all like everybody's name, right?
Okay.
So when you send me an email, if I want to save it, and I have record of something in the future, I can always go back and I know where to find it, and that way I can keep the inbox uncluttered. And it just helps me stay organized. That's all that it is.
Which is good.
It's just so I've done that also with my personal emails at home too. If there's something about the house or something about our taxes, so I have a folder for that, so I can go and I
That's
usually
smart.
keep everything there, right?
Yeah.
And then that way my inbox is pretty well uncluttered. And then again, you make a good point. The article makes a good point of, if you get a late notification on a bill that you just like kind of forgot about, or you don't see it coming in, or if you do a lot of your stuff electronically like that, like my, my FP&L bill comes electronically. I don't get a paper bill. And if I don't see that, I will, and I could be late. I don't want those extra charges. So what's the sense of wasting money? It's a good way to save or waste money if you don't keep an eye on it.
Everybody's got a different system.
Yeah.
If you have a certain system that you like or that you want to tell us about, call us at 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Are you one that just leaves them there, whatever the number is? It could be 185, it could be 36, it could be 200, and you're like, I don't really care. If they really need me, they'll find me. Or are you somebody that stays on it all the time during the day and says, you know what, when I go to bed at night, I want it to say 0. Let us know. Give us a call or text us, or also email Jimmy at realradio921.com. During the pandemic, when COVID was going on, there was a lot of people with Zoom meetings and different things, and plastic surgery got a big increase because people didn't like the way they looked, and plastic surgeons really did kick it and make a ton of money.
Well, yeah, that's because people were looking at themselves so much more than they were before on a screen. But now it's different from maybe not being happy with what you're looking at. This goes to a next extreme where people now are showing their plastic surgeons what they look like with the filter on and saying, give me this.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is the latest thing. People rushing to get plastic surgery to achieve the filtered look. Boston University study revealed a surge in cosmetic procedures driven by people's desires to look just like their filtered images that they put on social media. And of course, they cautioned, against this unrealistic beauty standards brought on by the selfie culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they dubbed it the phenomenon Snapchat dysmorphia is what they dubbed it.
It's crazy.
And it's not, you think women too, it's guys too.
Of course. Yeah.
Driving women and men to seek surgical solutions that resemble their digitally enhanced selves. So they revealed a surge in the number of people considering a nip and tuck post-pandemic. We talked about that. However, they cautioned against this. And as most of these filters represent unattainable standards, like they're like, I can't make you look like this.
You look like you're 22.
Like I can't. I mean, maybe we'll do the best that we can, but yeah.
Again, I mean, the plastic surgery industry, and I know a few plastic surgeons myself, never thought, like I said, started with the pandemic and then people looking at stuff and seeing stuff. And even now with this, never thought that they would see a big increase like this, but they really benefited from it. Like you said, now the filter thing, where everything is filtered. And a lot of times you notice when somebody's sending you a picture of themselves or something like that, and you say, wow, that is filtered. And it is a big thing, but people really are consumed by it and want to look good.
And they're like, listen, it's physically unattainable. Like, maybe we can give you bigger lips or smooth, but you're not going to look exactly like this. And so some people even claim when they talk about this that maybe there's something else internally that you're not happy with yourself like that. So maybe you should talk to somebody about it before going and running and going underneath the knife.
Yeah.
I think that's the key right there.
Sure.
Well, we automatically look for a fix that way when really it's something that you got to sit down and work out with maybe a therapist or something.
Yep.
I've seen it too. I've seen it so bad to where the one person will have themselves so filtered up. And I mean, you could see it. It's obvious, but nobody else in the picture is. I mean, you can't make it any more obvious than that.
So true.
I mean, you want to talk about glaring right at you, but I can't imagine going in and going, I want everything as smooth as that. I mean, it just doesn't even look natural.
And you would hope, but there isn't, but you would hope that the plastic surgeons would be there like, hey, I don't really think you need it, or you shouldn't be doing it.
I don't know. Do they? Or do they go, well, okay, it's money. I hate to say it. I hate to say that, but I don't know. Do you just say, all right, well.
And you know what the funny thing about this is that real plastic surgery is never covered. Never covered. But you will hear many people say, I don't go to the doctor because I have no coverage. So it's like, when people think about being
their
vain.
priorities.
Yeah. When people are vain, they're like, hey, I'll go do it. And it's not cheap. I mean, anything you're doing with a plastic surgeon is very expensive. It's not going to be very inexpensive. You can't go in there and say, yeah, I want to get something done at $79. But that's our society right now, and that's what people really care about, their looks, and obviously people seeing them on social media.
And that's what, so the authors of this and the people who did the research, the team, because they found that frequent use of social media, Instagram, Snapchat, all that stuff was associated with body image dissatisfaction, following celebrities, influencers, and all kinds of accounts that result in them wanting these cosmetic procedures. So it's not even just the filters. So they do. What they're trying to push, and probably won't happen. I know there are some good ones out there, but what the results prompted, they want the authors to call for these physicians and cosmetic surgeons to discuss internet use with their patients and why they want to look like this before they just be like, all right, whatever you want, let's try it.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you say, hey, I got a lot of followers, or I'm doing something like this, or I'm on social media, this is what I want, or I'm an influencer, then maybe but again, like anything else, there's good and bad. Some plastic surgeons will say, hey, you don't need it, and some will be like, hey, that's my job. You want to do it? I come in.
But you got to figure that. I mean, even for the plastic surgeons to say, all right, I want the money and I'll just take that. I mean, they know it's impossible to create what some of them are looking for. And if that's the case, I mean, you know that they're not going to be happy no matter what you do. I mean, you have to approach that from a standpoint of saying, look, I can't give you that.
Yeah, if you're
you would you would think. I
you
mean,
would hope.
You can't. I mean, it's not possible.
Yeah, you would hope that they would be that and have good morals and say, you know what, I can't achieve this. Even I can get close.
Yeah, even from even not even have morals, just to even if it's not possible, you know they're not going to be happy, so they're going to come back at you.
Yeah.
You know?
But the amount of money, like you said, it's always different. Everybody's different. Some people might be like, no, don't do it. And some people might be like, okay, I'll take it. You want to do this? That's it.
Or maybe they're like, well, okay, well, this was the first one, so we'll keep going. You know?
And that's probably what happens too. And then people get addicted to it. And maybe the doctor's like, hey, I can't get you there, but I can get you as close as possible. And they're like, all right. But yeah.
They have shown that studies show with plastic surgery, if somebody gets something done one time, it'll be at least 3 operations that they get.
We've seen some other crazy ones where they want to look like Barbie or Ken or whatever, and they transform their face to something that doesn't even look human anymore.
But there's also ones that they do, and they show them pictures or whatever, and you see these before and afters, and you're like, wow, they look so good.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you do have the ones.
Sure.
But those are typically, you're going to a Kardashian doctor to get that kind of stuff and spending big bucks.
You look at them. Look at the Kardashians.
How
10
different
years
they
ago.
all look.
Yeah, from 10 years ago to now, they're different. All different. They all look totally different. But again, it's our society right now, and it's part of the whole culture with your phone and social media that wasn't existed 20 years ago.
I had somebody send me pictures yesterday when we saw it with what Michael Jackson did with the whitening, the bleach, and Sammy Sosa apparently did that, right? And somebody showed like before and after, and they're so different. As far as the pigmentation of his skin, it's unbelievable. I didn't know. I haven't seen a recent picture of him until then, so I didn't realize it was something he was doing.
He's unrecognizable. He is unrecognizable. I had a buddy of mine sit next to him in a restaurant in Miami. Had no clue, only because the guy sitting with him said it. He, again, wasn't familiar.
Right.
I'm familiar because I've seen the studies about him, shows about him, and different things. You can't even recognize him at all. There's no way he can walk right past you. You wouldn't even know it was Sammy Sosa. Same thing with Michael Jackson. Like you said, big difference.
Yeah.
But it always seemed like, to me, you could always tell it was Michael Jackson.
Yeah, well, but Michael Jackson is so well known, I think. But the other thing, I mean, I don't see anything with Sammy. Did he get plastic surgery done too, or was it just the lightning?
He got the lightning and some plastic surgery.
Oh, okay.
His hair is different.
I didn't pick up on the plastic surgery because that was, I mean, Michael, obviously the nose, the cheeks, every hair.
And we watched the evolution of him. I mean, we watched that. He grew up in front of our eyes, and we watched the evolution with his surgery and stuff. But you mentioned, because I saw Sammy Sosa too, and it's been a while that he's looked this different.
Oh yeah.
But that was one of those things because you see him, and then you see him years later, and you're like, whoa, because he wasn't as much in the spotlight as MJ was.
Sure.
And his size is different too. He's not as big as he once was. But plastic surgery for a lot of people, they're going to do it. They feel better about themselves. They look good, and they're like, hey, I'm going to keep going. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Coming up at the top of the hour, we got some Florida stories. Franny, what do we have coming at us?
All right. Well, we have a chest bump that landed somebody in jail. And then we have some information. I'll let you know where Florida stands for the most lightning-prone areas in the U.S., what cities, and diggity dog, we got a good boy that discovered something, and I'll let you know what that is when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
We're everywhere you need to be. I've been everywhere, man. So you're your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Rover from Real Radio, and we'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for Tastings, an unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event. Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want. You can also be the first to sample with a VIP ticket that gets you in an hour before everyone else. For tickets and all the event info, head to pbtastings.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Palm Beach Expressway is up to speed. Downtown West Palm Beach, Flagler Drive remains shut down from Lakeview Avenue to Banyan. This is a breakdown for the Palm Beach International Boat Show. Flagler Drive expected to be closed through April 1st. Use Quadro Boulevard instead. Such traffic and Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers. This March at Wendy's, get a Dave's single for $1 or Dave's double for just $2 with the in-app offer. Limited time offer at participating U.S. Wendy's. Redeem in Wendy's app. Account registration required. See offer in Wendy's app for details.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
See this garage door? I gotta be honest with you. It's ugly. I mean, successful, attractive homeowner like you, it's time to move on. This is not the garage door your parents thought you'd spend the rest of your life with. And that ain't true with everything in life, don't get me wrong. I mean, honey, if you're listening, you can't divorce me just because I'm no longer the handsome stud you married. But your garage door? The neighbors all think you could totally do better. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Let us show you how many sexy new alternatives there are. Just waiting for someone like you. You swipe right on a beautiful new design, we install everything in a lovely ceremony, and you and your new garage door live happily ever after. For better, not worse. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come make it right. Maybe I should pick up some flowers on the way home.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Carr, just Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Carr, just Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
You're talking about ID to verify things. My daughter just got kicked off her Oculus, the headset, 3D headset from, Facebook, whatever it is, because I didn't verify the age. I had to send a picture of my ID. It takes up to 3 days for them to verify the age in order for her to play again. Crazy.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning into Real Radio. Dave Matthews tickets today. Always a big prize for you guys and a giveaway at 11:45 on The Penthouse. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, and I got to look into this because we were thinking about, well, how can we do this age verification for these kids or, just in general because of the new ban on social media for kids under the age of 16. And so we're getting a bunch of texts, and I received one at 47142, and it says, I have my driver's license on my phone. It's through the state. Now, I can see the area code. It is a Florida area code, but I assume maybe they live somewhere else because I know some states have that where they offer where you can have your license on your phone. And I didn't think we were there yet, but they said we do have the ID on the phone in Florida. It's called Florida Smart ID app, and it's through the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. So I didn't know that was availability yet.
I didn't either.
Yeah. So.
But can you use that to verify your age to a website somehow?
I don't know.
Without giving up personal information.
I don't know, but I'm also wondering too, though. No, because I've always said it, so you don't have to carry a bunch of stuff with you. You just have your phone and your identification. Does that work too?
Sure, why not?
I didn't know we had that yet.
It's sort of like, you have you can tap to pay. So that's linked to a credit card or something, right? So you can have all that online. I don't see why you couldn't have this too. Yeah, makes sense.
I was not aware that Florida had that.
I didn't know it either. I didn't know it was something that was available right now.
Yeah, so thank you for letting us know, and you can participate on the text line. That's 47142. You just have to start it off with Real Radio. You guys want to do Florida stories?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
So, yes, it looks like a good boy. No, it's unusual for a dog. It's not, for a dog to dig in the backyard. But this Florida puppers unearthed something that prompted a call to the bomb squad. There was a dog in Jacksonville dug up a piece of an unexploded military ordnance. Its owner first got curious after seeing something sticking out of the ground. So then the guy starts pulling it out before he realized what it was. The bomb squad had to come over and evacuate neighbors before removing the device. He said, I wasn't scared because, I've been around people who have found artifacts in the land and stuff like that. To me, it was just very interesting to watch. They did their thing, and they were out of there in minutes. They said due to the level of decay, officials believe the bomb had been buried in the ground for many, many, many years. But yeah, can you imagine? I mean, I guess maybe I'd rather my dog dig up that than a body.
Well, that's true.
Did you guys see that weird story about the guy in California with the leg?
No.
I know it's not a Florida story, but that's why. I guess they
it hit by the train.
hit by the train.
Oh, yeah, I
took
did
the
see this.
leg. So he didn't kill a man, but I guess he saw it as an opportunity for a snack. Took the guy's leg that got hit by a train. The guy's dead.
Yeah.
Dismembered. His leg, I guess, flew off. And the guy took the leg, and he's seen walking down the street just munching on it.
Oh, my God. What a wacko.
Look at that.
Jesus.
Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
Like a turkey leg. Somebody Yeah, I saw that.
Where's that, California?
California.
Oh, man, I know they got a lot of Powerball winners,
my
but I'm staying
God.
out of there. Peace.
Yeah, oof is right. And-
That was a rough one. I remember reading that article going on.
I saw it this morning.
Can I unread that? Is it possible to unread this story?
Sorry, I rehashed it. Sorry, I brought that back
No,
up
it's
again.
great. No, thank you.
And then John Martin Moberg was taken into custody on a charge of battery. And what he did, he's a villages man. He's a villager. And he had been drinking. Him and his wife got in an argument.
YMCA. Wrong one.
wrong village.
Wrong village.
Yeah, so they had a couple cocktails in him, and then him and his wife get in an argument. He's a pretty big dude. He's 6 feet, 200 pounds. And during the argument, he chest bumped his wife. Chest bump was enough because he's a big dude to knock her over, and that's also enough to take you into custody and booked into the Sumter County Jail.
Sure.
What are you in for? Chest bump. But yeah, no, he got her pretty good. So he has been arrested. So can't even lay hands or chest on anybody. And then, yes, we have an intoxicated man who was like, hey, you know what I want to learn how to do because I never have? And his buddy's like, what? He was like, drive a car. So
Drive a car.
the guy that he asked
Come on.
yeah, the guy who asked for driving lessons, yes, had a couple of drinks in him. He does not have a license, nor does his friend who taught him how to drive. They say both men survived a chaotic affair, which concluded when their car knocked a parked car into a house, according to Martin County Sheriff's Office. The unlicensed driver gives lessons to an intoxicated, unlicensed friend. What possibly could go wrong? Throughout the driving lesson, witnesses say they saw the vehicle moving recklessly on and off the road, running stop signs. They said that the final exam occurred when he hit the gas instead of the brakes, smashing into that parked car, which in turn smashed into an occupied home. Luckily, nobody was injured. They did reveal that, he had a few drinks before he got behind the wheel, and his driving instructor friend had never had a valid license, but he does own a car.
Oh, okay.
Which was obviously used for lessons. And another unfortunate thing is that the men don't have insurance, just like a driver's license or ID card. So the estimated damage, as I mentioned, around $20,000. And because of that, no insurance, the homeowners will be responsible for the damage to their home and that vehicle that was outside of their home, which belonged to them. So that sucks. Talk about a bad day. And then finally here, I'll give you a heads up that maybe if it's raining, lightning, thunderstorms outside, and you live in these areas, you might want to stay indoors. So we talk about lightning capital, and Florida is considered the nation's lightning capital. We've talked about this plenty of times. But they say there are certain areas that are more notorious than others in the state. So they were looking at lightning density, meaning the number of lightning events given in a given area, in a given area, than any other states. And this was in 2023 with 112 events per square kilometer here in Florida. Overall, Miami-Fort Lauderdale Metro was considered the most lightning-prone area in the country.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
In the country.
With around 35.1 lightning strokes per square kilometer. They said, in fact, Florida made the top 5 spots in the ranking for the nation. Palm Bay, Melbourne, Cape Coral, Orlando, and then Jacksonville all made the list there. And that is your What the Florida.
Wow. Watch out if it's lightning and thunder and stay out of Miami. That's for damn sure. Thank you, Francis. We do it twice a show, 105 and 1105.
All right, want to play a game?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's play a game, and I got things set up here for us, I think. So I saw something online today Because we saw what's getting revamped. Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Are they revamping
well,
that?
they were talking about Travis Kelce
Yeah.
taking that over. I don't know if it was confirmed.
So we were talking about that. So somebody posted online, they did Are You Smarter Than a Stripper? Well, that's right up our alley, right? So let's see if you are smarter than an adult entertainer. And we're going to start with here. I got the audio of a guy actually quizzed backstage at we'll find out what this cabaret is called here in a second. But we're going to try to answer the same questions that she does. So here we go. We'll find out what Destiny's doing.
At Fantasies, and what is your name?
Devin.
Devin. Okay. I have just 10 random questions for you. I'm going to pay you either way, so don't feel pressured or nervous. Okay, are you ready?
All right.
All right. Question number 1. If I pay you $100 to dance for 3 songs, how much money would you be making per song?
$33 and change.
All right. Freddie, you go with that one?
Sounds good.
All right.
Oh, let's see. $50, 70.
Okay,
Sorry,
question
Eric.
number 2. If Destiny is 5'9" and puts on 6-inch heels, how tall is she?
6'3"?
6 inch heel.
3.
Okay.
Yeah,
right,
we'll give her a ding ding too. She got it right.
Yeah, 1 for 2.
All right, here we go. All right, back to it.
What does the DC stand for in Washington, D.C.?
You want this one, Greek?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it doesn't matter either.
No, go ahead, Juan.
No clue.
District of Columbia.
Right, there you go. And let's see how she does.
You're like, you take it, Freddie.
DC, District of Columbia.
Democratic Court.
Spell
I don't hate it.
tequila.
Okay.
This is yours. This is you all the way, Freddie.
Tequila.
Yeah! 4 for 4.
UILA.
She got it.
If you drive 50 miles an hour, how far will you get in an hour and a half?
No clue.
50 miles an hour, hour and a half, you'll go 75 miles.
Yep. Okay. Nice job. We'll give Franny a ding ding ding. Now,
Thank you.
Here we go.
Probably like 20 miles.
Name the 5 Great Lakes.
Superior, Michigan, Erie?
Erie's there, yeah.
Superior, Michigan, Erie. Superior, like Michigan, like Superior, like Erie. Help me.
Lake Placid?
No, it's not one of them.
Lake Okeechobee. I don't know them either. I couldn't name them all. So.
Yeah, so we really can't say anything about
Son of
Destiny.
a biscuit.
Is Lake Ontario one of them?
We said Ontario.
No, we didn't.
You didn't? Okay, Ontario.
I said Erie, Michigan, Superior.
Ontario. And there's one more.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that would be 5.
Lake Michigan, Lake Erie,
Yeah.
Lake Superior.
That's where she gets stuck too.
Lake. Oh my gosh.
She wasted.
I don't know the other lakes.
What is the line that goes around the Earth that separates the northern hemisphere from the southern hemisphere?
You know
No
what you
clue.
meant? Really?
We'll give Greek that one.
Oh, he doesn't know it.
No clue.
Well.
The equator?
Yep. There we go. Okay, we'll give Franny the
Thank you.
ding ding and.
What? The equator?
What did you say?
Equator?
Yes.
Destiny.
All right.
She's
So
on it.
listen, so Ontario, the one we're missing is you say Huron, Huron. I
Oh,
never
Lake
would have
Huron.
gotten there.
Yeah, nah, I don't
What was it
remember that
called?
one. Huron.
Huron.
Not familiar.
Not a fan.
No,
Not a fan.
it's one of my least of the Great Lakes.
Yes.
One of my
All
least.
right, let's see if we went too far here.
Costs $7,000. How much is that per?
It's about.
I don't know what I didn't hear the
So
beginning
what
of
he's
that.
saying is if you got chest augmentation,
Yeah.
all right, and it costs $7,000,
Each boob?
how much is it per?
35.
All right, so you got that.
350? 325.
It's not bad, though.
That's a great deal. $700 for full chest.
Why do we celebrate the 4th of July?
Independence of our
Country's
country.
independence.
Okay, all right, yep.
Because it's. I'm about to say independence.
Oh, nice.
Independent to celebrate
Independence from
independence.
who?
From. Oh my goodness.
You want to answer that?
He's really getting particular there. You take what you got, buddy.
You want to answer
Was
that one,
it
Franny?
France? Right?
Oh, no.
No, you British.
Yeah,
British
there you go.
independence.
England. There you go. All right. And what the important part though is France helped us.
Yeah.
All right. And let's see what she says.
The other countries.
The other countries.
Who's on the $5
I love
bill?
her.
Who's on the $5 bill?
Lincoln.
Okay.
George Washington?
Dollar.
Okay. That is my 10th and final question. And for a tiebreaker, what do you think the population of Michigan is? How many people do you think live in Michigan?
They must be in Michigan.
They gotta be.
I would say.
I would say between those questions and then this, I have no idea.
How does she? She's a stripper. How does she not know who's on the $5 bill?
Did she? Oh, she didn't get that one right. I'm
No,
sorry, I
She
didn't.
said George Washington.
I wasn't paying attention to her. I have no idea.
Notice Creek was right there.
I have no idea.
When it comes to cash, baby, or figuring numbers out, you know I'm good at that.
1 million people.
1 million.
That's
she got.
great. Thank you very much.
About 1 million, I guess.
Who said that was right?
Is that the answer?
I don't know.
Yeah. She guessed about 1 million, and I don't know. He seemed to say it's right. I didn't look it
Or
up.
maybe he was just over it. Yeah, because it looks like it's still 10.05.
How many people in Florida?
Yeah, million.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
okay.
said 1.
Yeah, that's a bit off.
It is a bit off. But I think he
don't
was
know.
just like, all right, we're done.
That's a bit of a curve.
Yes.
Some tough questions
Are
there.
you smarter than a stripper? Now, how well did you do? 47142 is the text line. Start off that text with real.
That's a
radio.
great. That's a great little bit. We should do that. You got the connection.
Yeah.
I think we should do this once a week.
Yeah, with
Ask
Monroe.
them random questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good. There was a. We did
like
very
it.
good.
I like
Because
it.
I mean, most of them are college students.
Yeah.
right?
Can
Going-
we
putting
do
themselves
this?
through
They are. They're
college?
putting themselves through school.
Yeah. Or doctors, attorneys.
There's
and
almost
everything.
there's almost
Sure.
22 million of us here in Florida.
Oh, I was going to guess 21.5.
Damn! Oh, look at that. You would have been right. You would have been smarter. You would have been smarter than a stripper.
Hey, I bet you she makes more than the guy who's asking her questions. That's what I would have said
And
if
that's
I was
all that matters.
That's right. She said, "Who makes more, Jack? Me or you?"
and going back to this identification. So yeah, I'm curious to look. I'm going to look at that app. But somebody says I work at a retail because we Seth text that you can put your Florida ID on your phone. It says I work at a retail pharmacy, and anything that requires an ID, it has to be a physical ID, nothing on a phone or copy of it.
Oh well, there you go.
So I bet you that's probably the same going into bars, because I've had people, not the app, but I've had people try to show me pictures on their phone when I work festivals, and I ask for their ID because they look very young. And they're like, well, here is this. And I'm just like, I can't accept that as a form of identification.
Well, that's the other thing. You can take somebody else's phone up.
Yeah.
And say,
True.
and say, hey, that. I mean, granted, if there's a photo on there, you have to be at least close.
That's
to
what I say,
looking
but it
like
could be a fake ID too.
Or
And
it'd be
maybe
a
their
fake
fake ID
ID,
didn't
yeah.
work. And so they were just like, they thought they could be slick and get away with it if it's just a picture on their phone.
How easy would that be to fake in a different picture on a photo cropping type of whether it's Paint or Canva or something like that? You can easily come up with a fake one.
But I think when it becomes legitimate on our phones, there's going to be a way, like our IDs we have now, our government issue, where they can scan it.
Yeah.
and figure it
It'll
out.
go by like a barcode or
Yes.
what are the QR code things? One of those square QR code ones.
Well, there is a code on the back. I don't know what they call that on the license, but that's how they're able to scan them.
Yeah, I see one on there as well now. I think,
Yeah.
right?
But I'm curious to seek out this.
Oh, I don't have one. I have a barcode, but I don't have a QR code on my license.
Yeah.
Not on my license, yeah.
It's like casinos when you think about it, or tracks. And my one buddy grew up in Vegas, and he said that, and Richie's good friend was telling us this story one time, Jimmy, and you would notice, where he said in casinos, kids used to go in all the time. You had to be 21, but nobody ever really proofs you when you walk through a casino. You know what I mean? You just walk right in, and then you get drinks, because if you're playing.
I haven't been in one for so long.
But I'm saying they don't.
yeah.
There's nobody, even at a trick in, and nobody's going to proof you in there, unless you look super young.
Supposed to be 21 at a track too?
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. I
I
think,
know the time I went to the Meadowlands, I was under 21.
Yeah.
I was over 18, but I was under 21.
Yeah, I think the track is 18. Casinos are 21.
Okay.
In Florida, United States, excuse me. Bahamas is 18.
Drinking.
Yeah,
for
that's-
casinos, right?
that's
more,
my point.
More because of that than the gambling. Gambling, you probably only have to be 18.
No, gambling
But the
is
drinking,
20.
you have to be 21, right?
Well, 21 is for gambling, too. You can't be in a casino unless you're 21. But this kid was telling us how he used to go in high school, when he was a senior and freshman in college, went to UNLV, and they used to go in there all the time, and nobody ever said anything. They just walk in, bet, and then you would get free drinks. Again, you're a kid. You're looking for free stuff, drinks and stuff
Well,
like
that's
that.
why. That's why I was thinking it was more along the lines of the booze.
Yeah, it's a gambling factor, and obviously the drinking. But another situation where kids can maneuver if they get around. Again, you have to have casinos by you or tracks. But tracks, again, I think it's 18. I'm not 100% sure with Gulfstream. But you can wander around.
Well, and again, when that was way back when,
Yeah.
when I was, because I remember going with the guy that I worked with at the time. He took me to the Trotters, and that was the story that I've talked about, where it was the first time we went, and we would go up every time a horse would be at 99-1, like 2 minutes before post time. We'd go and throw a couple bucks on it, and we did it one time, and it was I'll never forget. It was the 8 horse. He came around, turned 4, and ended up pulling away and won. And I'm like a little kid and just jumping up and down and
99-1. Forget it.
It was the greatest thing in the world.
When it comes to Vegas, because some people have asked, and I know because a lot of people take families on vacation to Vegas, but the casino itself is absolutely separate from the rest of the hotel, and you have to be 21 to be in those casinos.
Okay.
Because they even say, because people are like, well, can my kid just watch me gamble or whatever? I guess Vegas gets hit with pretty heavy fines for loitering for minors that are in there.
Okay.
So they can get in
it is
trouble.
and it is definitely
It's 21,
Okay.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know Bahamas is 18.
Yes.
But Vegas is 21. But again, there isn't anybody like if you're walking into a club where they're proofing you. You know what I mean? You just walk right through, the casino's open, and just sit there. And obviously somebody may come up to you if you go to a table game. I guess that would be the dealer's requirement to say to them, can I see ID? Call over a pit boss before they let you play. But it's pretty much free-for-all. You just walk in and out. 877-927-6969. If you passed, are you smarter than an adult entertainer? Give yourself $5. Who's on the $5 bill? And that would be George Washington. 20 is the Andrew Jackson. Remember we did that last week? What is the bill that's the most used? And I said 100.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely would have thought of 20. Without a doubt, I would have won a 20. Who's on the 50? Is Grant's on the 50? And who's on the 10? The 10's a tough one.
You don't remember?
Grant's
come on.
Grant's on a 50.
You of all people?
Yeah, I don't use many 10s. 10s are
that's maybe Hamilton.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hamilton.
Yeah. And 20's Andrew Jackson.
Who, by the way, is going to be at the Kravis Center coming up soon.
Is she really?
Hamilton,
Wow.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. It's
Yes,
awesome.
yes,
I
Hamilton.
saw that.
And how much are tickets? $20?
I-
$10?
No.
That's what they should be.
Right?
That'd be a good promotion. Hamilton is $10 because he's on the $10 bill.
I wish.
That'd be
Right?
awesome.
I'd take my daughter there.
I've heard fantastic things about it, and I haven't. I'm actually going to be at the Kravis Center tonight watching a play, but
Oh, nice.
not going to be Hamilton.
Oh, a little culture tonight. What's going on?
a little cultured, huh?
Infinity's coming up too, isn't it? In June, I do believe.
And I think goes on until September. It looks
okay.
really, yeah, it's gonna be a bit of time. It looks really cool, and that's all about space.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's going on tonight at the Kravitz?
It's called 6 on Broadway.
Okay, what's that about?
Yep, and it is it's a musical, and I haven't seen it or heard much about it, but they said that they won a bunch of Tony Awards.
Oh, cool.
For like including, they said winner of 23 awards, including the 2022 Tony for Best Original Score and stuff. So
Wow.
it looks good. Yeah.
That's
It
nice.
said discovered or divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived.
Wow. Damn. Beheaded.
Beheaded and survived.
So these Tudor queens turn into like pop icons, the 6 wives of Henry VIII. And so they turn it into kind of a new day musical.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty deep.
Yeah,
About his 6 wives.
Yeah, they all get together at the end. They're all like bitching. Oh,
How
boy,
much did
what
you
a-
get?
What a
How much did you get for
jerk.
alimony?
I got 3 turkey legs and a sheep.
How much did you get? Oh, you must have had
Oh, a
better
lot of
luck.
them died. That's why I said beheaded.
Oh.
Yes.
All right, now it's coming together.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see it. It might be a little bit too deep for me. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. It is a Fat Tuesday. Today's giveaway was Dave Matthews tickets. Every day we have a giveaway for you guys because we appreciate you listening to Real Radio. We're going to come back with a trifecta and so much more on a Tuesday. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
They're trying to get rid of hotel bathtubs, and I just can't stand for it.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't take your side.
Sealand, you've used a hotel bathtub before. I've seen it. Wait.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday, April 1st. Watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. And listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otesla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Palm Beach expressways are problem-free for the Tuesday drive. We're looking good on the Turnpike and at 95. Downtown West Palm Beach, Wagner Drive remains shut down between Lakeview and Banyan. Go ahead and use Quadro Boulevard as your alternate. That's traffic and Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
Mr. and Mrs. Flavor, thank you for joining us.
Great to be here. I'm Barry. I'm the flavor of Barry.
I'm Janet. I'm bitter.
You wanted to talk about your son. He's the flavor menthol?
Yes, he's the menthol in a menthol cigarette.
He's such a disappointment. Out there getting people addicted. Being used by big tobacco to target black people. He could have been a lozenge.
Menthol cigarettes are just as addictive as regular cigarettes and harder to quit. Find out how to quit today at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring has sprung, and it's full tilt buggy time in the used car market. And where's the best place to be? GiveMeTheVin.com. When was the last time you checked how much you could get for a used car? Get an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds, whether it's $2,000 or $200,000. They've got you covered. And here's a kicker. If GiveMeTheVin.com can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100, no questions asked. With a 5-star rating from the Better Business Bureau, you know you're in good hands with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires? Celebrity kids inheriting untold billions? Take Jay-Z and Beyonce, who are handing down over $1 billion to their kids, much of it in their blue chip art collection. That's right, for the richest families in the world, fine art is a vehicle for transferring and growing their wealth. And for the first time, everyday investors can invest like billionaires themselves in this potentially lucrative asset class, all thanks to Masterworks. With this platform, you don't need to be an art expert, and you can still invest in blue chip artists like Banksy and Picasso. Oh, and you don't need to be a billionaire either. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors by going to masterworks.com/cake. That's masterworks.com/cake. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately. 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Call your Army. We're ready to roll. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Looking for a premium oil change? Drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car and be back on the road in about 15 minutes. Our expert technicians use premium products for top-notch vehicle care. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app.
Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ.
Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
There's a couple other points I think people need to think about when we're talking about this social media ban, which I agree with. Okay, people traveling into the state, right, from vacation, their social media is going to be shut down. The DMV, so now you have to verify your kid. Now, does the state get extra money because now all the kids have IDs too? Got to pay for IDs. It's kind of like the Teslas or electric car owners. Because they don't contribute to the gas tax anymore, they're considering trying to make them pay more to renew their car. Interesting. Money grab.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday afternoon. Easter is this Sunday. Good Friday on Friday. It is always a Good Friday on The Penthouse. And don't forget, today we had Dave Matthews tickets. Always have giveaways on The Penthouse. Jimmy's in the house.
Good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey.
And it's time for the last trifecta of the day.
Nuts.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
It is March Madness, baby. This is the time. And this weekend, we get into the Sweet 16 and then the Elite 8. But in the women's side, last night, Iowa won. Last game for Caitlin Clark as she played on home court. Iowa beat West Virginia. Close game, and they did not cover. They were laying 15.5, but she had a big game. She had 37 points, and now they advance until the Sweet 16. The NBA is investigating Porter. He's a player for the Toronto Raptors for gambling situations where there were some prop bets put on him, $20,000. He took himself out of the game for an eye injury, but they're looking into it. Also in baseball, MLB news, O'Donnell had a press conference yesterday, 13 minutes, and he said he never bet on anything. No gambling at all. I don't know about this because there was a wire for $4.3 million out of his account, and you're the only one who is allowed to do something like that. I don't know what's going to happen with this, how deep Major League Baseball is going to really look into it, because he is a megastar, not only in America, worldwide. So I don't know if they're really going to look into it or turn the other cheek, but he did have a press conference yesterday for about 13 minutes. In Florida, in Orlando, the NFL is having their team meetings, and Robert Kraft talked about that big 10-part series about the Patriots dynasty. He said he was not happy about it. It didn't really cover what he liked, and it covered more of the things behind the scenes and some of the issues the team had. Should have really been on the team, what they achieved. Bill Belichick, Brady, him, all the players, and a lot of players were interviewed for it and wasn't even used, a lot of stuff that they said. But a lot of times you see these series and people walk away with it. We've seen it with Scottie Pippen. We've seen it with the Jeter thing, where people don't like how to portray certain things, but I guess that's when you have to have control of anything that's out there so you can look at it and veto it and say, no, that's not the way it was, or yes, I like that, or that is the truth. But Robert Kraft said he was not happy about that 10-part series that was on Apple TV. And that is your last trifecta of the day. Peace.
Thank you. So at 47142, started off with Real Radio. We were doing Are You Smarter Than a Stripper? And one was to name all the Great Lakes. And there was one that we just couldn't think of. And so appreciate this. They said use the acronym HOMES for the Great Lakes. HOMES. Right? Huron, Ontario. We have Michigan, Erie, Superior. So homes when you're trying to think of the Great Lakes.
Interesting.
Yes. So thank you for that.
I like that.
I'm sure that question will never come up again, but you never know.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah, 15 years from now, and then it'll be like, what was that? Something about a house.
Homes. It was homes.
Trying to get to a strip club in Puerto Rico.
Talking about using janky IDs. Our girl Kara said, one time I was working at a restaurant and I asked the guy for his ID. And he handed me a piece of paper with his mugshot on it and said, well, it has my birthday on it. And she was like, get out of here with that.
I saw someone post it was a meme, but same type of thing. It was a photo ID, but it was obviously a fake one because it had a couple as the picture. It was him and his girlfriend.
Oh, what?
That's so funny.
What a doofus.
That's funny, though.
Oh, my God. What a doofus. So speaking of funny, I want to know if you recall any of these because they have decided to rank the top 10 funniest episodes from sitcoms. Now, all of these, some of them before my time, some I just don't remember, but do you remember these? And these are the ones that have been ranked of all time. Throw in the ones that you're like, you know what? Why isn't this one in there? So MSN compiled a countdown of their picks, 10 essential sitcom episodes, and they also added the clips on there, but we're just going to talk about them. Some of you may be like, yep, The Office at number 10. Season 5, episode 13. It was called Stress Relief, where Dwight, this is the synopsis, Dwight's too realistic fire alarm gives Stanley a heart attack. After Stanley is released from the hospital, his doctor warns him to keep his stress levels under control. Or Michael Scott arranges for a CPR training session for the employees, but they're all too easily distracted, and the lesson proves fruitless in that one. So they say Office. If you're a fan of The Big Bang Theory, number 9, season 2, episode 14. What?
I mean, these are really like I remember shows, but I would never remember episodes.
Well, no, I mean, they're giving you, but people ranks like these are my favorites. So they're giving you the breakdown if you want to go back and look at it. But they say here the guys are trying to figure out where they can eat dinner and still make it to a movie on time. They said under the constraints of Sheldon approved restaurant and theaters. So if you watch that show, you know that Sheldon is very picky. So I can understand how that happens. And we'll breeze through Frasier, season 3, episode 1. She's a boss. Frasier's trying to sleep when Niles comes over and accidentally fires a starter pistol. I do not remember that, but I watch a lot of Frasier. So do any of these ring a bell? This one is one that I think a lot of people, because it's so iconic and it's even before my time, but I Love Lucy. Season 2, episode 1, job switching. After Ricky and Fred get upset about the girls spending, Lucy and Ethel go to work in a candy factory while the boys do the housework.
Okay.
Do you remember that one?
You remember that one?
Yeah.
It's the candy scene where she ends up eating them. She's putting them in her blouse and everything, putting them in her pocket.
The conveyor belt
the
like
candies
just
are going
goes,
too fast. Yeah.
That one is iconic. Yep. We have All in the Family, if you remember these. Season 5, episode 6, Archie's Helping Hand, where Archie persuades his boss to hire Irene as a bookkeeper. They say, well, she's undoubtedly do a good job in that position. The boss thinks she'd do an even better job as a forklift operator. Does that ring a bell? I did not. That was before my time.
I can't place that one.
No.
Yep. Cheers. Season 5, episode 9. Thanksgiving Orphans. These are what they say the best sitcom episodes ever. Top 10. Where they say Thanksgiving is approaching and no one has anything to do. This is where Diane suggests they spend Thanksgiving together in Carla's new home. So Carla agrees to a potluck dinner with Norm in charge of the humongous turkey. They say nothing seems to be going according to plan, and the episode culminates in an epic food fight.
Does
that ring a bell?
No.
I don't remember that one either.
Then,
I wasn't a big fan of Cheers. I mean, I watched it, but not.
We watch it, and that's why I was a kiddo, but that was one of those shows that was a sit-down with the family kind of thing. We even named one of our dogs after Woody Harrelson. Woody.
Oh, wow. No
His name was Woody.
Oh, wow.
His name was Woody on the show, too, so Woody.
That makes sense. I kept it simple.
I should have with Cousin Shelly.
We have Seinfeld season 4, episode 13, The Pick. Elaine decides to put her picture on her Christmas cards, and Kramer agrees to be the photographer. The only problem? She accidentally exposes just a little too much of herself on the camera and doesn't find out until she's already mailed out the cards.
Do you remember that one?
I know. What was that?
This I did. It was nipple.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of her nipple was showing or something like that.
I remember
and then
that
she
one
was
too.
Trying to get as many back, and then she's all mad at Kramer because he sent him out already, or along those lines. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, good stuff. So we are rounding up here the top 3, The Golden Girls, season 2, episode 2, Ladies of the Evening. Ooh. Dorothy, Rose, and Blanche win tickets to attend a post-premiere movie party with Burt Reynolds. But they only win 3 tickets and decide to leave Sophia at home. However, a hitch in their plan occurs when they are mistaken for prostitutes and arrested.
Really?
With only Sophia left to bail them out.
Prostitutes.
Can you imagine the 3 of them?
I can. I've never seen that episode, but I can imagine that.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And then Everybody Loves Raymond made it number 2, season 3, episode 12, The Toaster. So when Ray gives his parents an engraved toaster for Christmas, they exchange it right away without even opening it. They said after learning it was specially engraved, they got to the store to try to exchange it for a Ray's toaster. And then finally here, number 1, and this is what they ranked as the funniest episodes of all times, we have Friends.
Okay.
Season 6, episode 9, the one where Ross got high. So they said during Thanksgiving, Ross is forced to reveal the reason why his parents, Jack and Judy, don't like Chandler, who is living with his girlfriend Monica at the time. Meanwhile, Rachel tries to make a dessert for the gang, and Joey and Ross try to get out of their holiday obligations when they're invited to hang out with Joey's female roommate and her dancer friends. I do not remember this. When I think this Thanksgiving episode, I think of the one where Monica puts the turkey on her head and is dancing around. That's
Is that the one that Brad Pitt was at?
Maybe.
Because he was at Thanksgiving one, too.
Yeah.
And Phoebe was there. It was so funny. And he walked in, and they said to her, like, hi. And he goes, hi. And Phoebe goes, wow. This is Brad Pitt.
Speaking of, is this real? Because you mentioned Phoebe, who is Lisa Kudrow.
Yeah.
So I keep on seeing this, and I do not have Disney Plus. And are they really going to do this? There's speculations, and I don't know if you've seen them on social media, where they're doing just like a 10-part series or something like that. It's not going to be a complete reboot, but the poster teases Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, Lisa Kudrow, and Maya Rudolph as the Golden Girls.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I haven't either.
They're talking about streaming, bringing them back for a 10-episode reboot, and those were the ones who would be playing.
Sounds like a great cast.
Yeah, but is it necessary?
Keep reminding me. I'll keep an eye on it and see if I see anything on there.
I keep on seeing it on social, and there's articles about it, but I don't know if they've put a date on there or anything. But it's one of those things. All of those women are fantastic comedically, like great actors. But gosh, Golden Girls was so damn good. Why even touch it?
But again,
and that's the thing, right?
We talk about it. Yeah, like a lot of times people say, "Why did they touch anything?" When it's got a great, memory in your mind of what it was. But people do it. Somebody comes up and says, it would be great, and then they just run with it.
Something like this, if you're just going to do maybe a couple episodes, kind of, it's almost like a tribute to them in a way, right? Especially when you've got great comedians like that, Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, who do something like that together. I don't know. That doesn't bother me as much as when they just try to take it and remake it over and over and over again, whether it's a movie or a TV show, and they just reboot. But I don't know. Just a couple episodes, that might be pretty funny.
If it's true, like I said, I see it over social media, and it's one of those things why leave well enough alone. But that's because just recently they were doing all those live series, remember, in front of an audience, and they took older shows and then recasted them, but it was like a one-time thing.
Right. A one-time thing. I don't think that's a terrible idea. But do you have a favorite comedy episode on any of these? Mine will always be in Seinfeld, the masturbation one, where they all say that, are you the master of your domain?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So all four of them say that they'll vow that they'll never do it, or do it for, they'll withhold for, I don't know, a certain amount of time or something like that. And then there was the girl that was across the street from where Jerry's apartment was that was sunbathed nude. And, I mean, they weren't even 2 hours into the bet. Kramer's looking out, sees her, walks right out, comes back in 2 minutes later. I'm done. And I don't know if I've ever laughed so hard in my life.
It's a good one.
I'm out.
But yeah, give us your laugh out loud moments.
I remember that one. Yeah, when he said I lost.
And they're all, they go on and on and on. Yeah, I can do it. I can hold out. What are you kidding me? He didn't even last literally 2 minutes. It was a joke.
I do remember that one. That was definitely funny. That was funny. There's so many that you think about. I don't know. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It's
been so long since I've really watched sitcoms too.
Yeah,
especially we were watching a little bit. Speaking of Seinfeld, we were watching some of those. I'm trying to think, what is that on Netflix? Netflix has them. That's right, because they bought the rights to them. We when my sister-in-law was in town, she had we'd come home, she's watching some of them. So
that's what helped them push them into the billionaire status.
Yeah, that's probably what did it, right? Big part of it right there.
The one with Keith Hernandez.
Yeah, the spit, the magic loogie.
Yeah.
The magic loogie.
And they had him behind the grassy knoll, same thing with that one was pretty funny.
Didn't they do a little playoff too of Basic Instinct, because Newman is in that, and of course he does and he goes through this whole magic loogie, like the magic bullet, and it was a combination of that and Basic Instinct, where they're they're interrogating him as far as okay, and then it went up like this and around like this, and the loogie went like that, and sort of like the magic bullet theory,
with Keith Hernandez. That was funny.
Yeah,
that was one that I would think about. That just the top of the I Love Lucy one that Francis mentioned. I think that's everybody.
Classic.
Everybody remembers that. There's a lot of them. But just I would know it if then I'd be like, all right, this brings it to my mind, but I wouldn't know exactly what it's called.
Here we go. We have a couple that came in the text line 47142. Started off with Real Radio when Sammy Davis Jr. kissed Archie Bunker on the lips.
Yeah.
When they gave away free turkeys by tossing live birds from a helicopter on WKRP. WKRP in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And then we have best sitcom episode.
On my life, I thought turkeys could fly or something like that.
Best sitcom episode, Curb Your Enthusiasm, a kidney for Richard Lewis. Larry takes the head. Larry takes the head, the Kidney Donor Association. I'm guessing to the Kidney Donor Association takes the head of the Kidney Donor Association on a ski trip. They said also Richard Lewis's nurse steals his Mickey Mantle 500 home run baseball and sticks it in her large vagina.
Okay. Oh, wow. Jesus.
All right.
Yeah. Touch them all.
All righty.
That's something you'll remember. You want your Mickey Mantle ball? The 500th one? I never saw that episode. That has got to be pretty crazy.
I never saw that show.
Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I've never seen one episode of that.
It's good stuff.
It is.
It's one of those ones that you got to visit sometime, and I do.
Being such a Seinfeld fan, you would dig it.
Yeah, and The Office is another one. I maybe 1 or 2 episodes that I've seen.
Michael Scott years though. After he left, I kind of was like, meh.
Yeah.
Steve Carell, yeah.
Yeah, the Office is another one. There's been so many, like when you think about it. What was that other one? Oh, God. You just mentioned it. I can't think of the name of it, where they got so much money. Oh, God. It was a bunch of kids, young kids, and they lived in.
Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, and they got some serious cash. And I was on. That had a long run, too. What's your favorite episode or show that you had, that sitcom that always makes you laugh or puts a smile on your face? 877-927-6969. Let us know about that if you have one.
The pivot theme, and I can't remember, but it was the scene, not theme, from Friends, where they're moving the couch up the stairs. You remember that one?
Yeah.
And I laugh every time, but I can't think of that episode. And that was with Dave Schwimmer.
Yep.
Yeah, but good stuff. There was
another one with him, too, where he got too tan. He got really, really tan. He went to a tanning salon that was like a really, really funny. And he kept not realizing like how dark he was getting. And then when he went out that night, he was like completely dark. And he walked in the door and everybody's looking at him. He goes, "Don't make fun of me."
Oh, you got a spray tan.
Yeah, spray tan. That's right. Yeah. That was a funny one. It really was.
Yeah, another one with Seinfeld when Kramer got into cigar smoking.
Yeah.
Or cigar smoking or pipe?
No, cigar smoking. Yeah, the Cubans.
Right? And he's in the apartment and, like he comes out and he looks like he's aged about 50 years because he just can't stop smoking.
And then he put they had him in the dresser drawer. Remember that? Oh, man, that was hilarious. Some of the ones. One of the ones that I used to think it was funny when they had the guy play Steinbrenner.
George, yeah.
That was
it was always from behind his head, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
When George got a thing, and then George came up with the new uniforms for the Yankees, and they were like wool, and they were.
Did you see that the Yankees were giving out Costanza bobbleheads?
Were they really?
Yeah,
no
just
kidding.
recently.
Oh, that's funny.
I saw this last week, and we didn't really bring it up, but yeah, they were giving away George Costanza bobbleheads to celebrate Seinfeld night. So
that's
I guess they've had the Seinfeld night since 2014.
Really?
They've been doing it, the Yankees, and they said that they're honoring that beloved character by giving away 18,000 Costanza bobbleheads, but it's going to be, so it hasn't happened yet. They're saying this summer they'll be doing that.
Do they have Jason Alexander there with it?
You would hope so that night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he grew up in Jersey. I think he still lives on the East Coast. I think he grew up in Livingston, New Jersey. Yeah, and that would be great. He was so funny with Stan Renner with him. He was, "You're fired, George." Was he when got fired and came back? Was that the Yankees or different? That was the advertising
that was another whatever that other job was. Yeah.
Yeah, but when
he quit on a Friday,
he came back,
and then he was like, "Well, I forget why. Why did he quit?
I don't know." Something happened. They wouldn't give him a raise or something.
Or he was like, he had another job lined up and then that fell through or something. And then he was like, he goes, I'll have to go back. And no, it's just kidding. What did you say? You thought I was serious?
Yep. And we have also High Penthouse. Some of the Carol Burnett episodes were absolutely hilarious, especially Tim Conway when he plays the old man.
How about the one with Kramer when he catches the lobsters? Remember, he was they're up in where the hell were they, Cape May or something like that, and he caught all the lobsters, and he wasn't supposed to be going in the area to get the lobsters, and he would dive in and bring them back. That was a pretty funny one.
Probably it was illegal wherever he was at.
Yeah, it was pretty funny, too. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for listening today. I hope you're entertained. Jimmy, great job as always. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Greek. Thank you, Francis. And thank you for listening.
Franny, good job as always, plus great job. Good and great job today.
What?
And thank you for your help.
Good and great job.
A great job today, plus good job.
Wow.
Good job and great.
Damn.
Oh, wow,
I never get that.
I know. Great and good job to you both, too. Great and good job. And, of course, great and good job to you out there. Thank you for tuning in. And, G-Man, do you have any parting words?
We'll be back tomorrow. Greek Zone is next. Lots to talk about today. We're going to talk about the Florida Derby. We're also going to talk about March Madness, betting in sports, what is going on, and the NFL changes a few rules. All that and more in the Greek Zone coming up in a few minutes. Peace.
Hey, it's Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Wake up with me each morning. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1.
Hello.
On iHeartRadio. Hey, it's Rover from Real Radio, and we'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for Tastings, an unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event. Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want. You can also be the first to sample with a VIP ticket that gets you in an hour before everyone else. For tickets and all the event info, head to pbtastings.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
95 out of the Turnpike up to speed along the Palm Beaches. We're looking good on the expressways. Downtown West Palm Beach, Flagler Drive, that is shut down from Lakeview Avenue to Banyan Boulevard. Use Quadrille as your alternate. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Hey, let's get out of here. With Audible, we could root for a lone astronaut as he tries to save Earth from disaster. Maybe go for a run with the founder of the world's biggest sneaker brand. We could get the tea on the real-life media mogul succession drama. Or find out what life is really like for an Oscar-winning actress. I mean, with Audible, we could go anywhere. There's more to imagine when we listen. Hear the latest audiobooks, podcasts, and originals at audible.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Trajan Wealth. Would you like a peace of mind in your investment portfolio? I think we all would. Well, how about starting with a second opinion? It's always good to get a couple opinions when you're talking about big decisions in your life and your retirement. So call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introduction meeting to learn more. Trajan Wealth will sit you down and figure out a plan and map out your goals. Because if you want to win in life, you need a plan and you need goals, and they can help you. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. When there's big decisions on the line, it's always good to get a second opinion. Call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. You worked hard your whole life. Now it's time to kick back, relax, and enjoy South Florida. So have a plan and have some goals and enjoy the time you earned. Call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
No, I'm getting a cold.
Honey.
Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
FPL is looking at other ways to produce energy that down the line will reduce my bill.
My name is Amy. I've been with FPL over 6 years. There are so many initiatives to continue to deliver clean, reliable, and safe energy to our customers.
Learn more at FPL.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
You're in the Greek Zone on a Tuesday, getting ready for the madness. Getting closer and closer. We'll look into the madness today. We'll also look into the Florida Derby with our expert Mike, horse aficionado, who gave us the winner last year to the Florida Derby and the Kentucky Derby. We'll also look into baseball and basketball, NBA and MLB, both investigating situations with betting. What is going on there? The NFL, the owners' meetings are in Orlando, and there are a couple of things that are going to be changed. Kickoffs we're talking about, and some other different rules that will change in the NFL. And how will that affect the game? Robert Kraft is up there as one of the owners, says he does not like the way the Patriots were portrayed. Odell and the Dolphins, is that going to happen? Is that a relationship that you think would be good if you're a Dolphin fan? Are you yay or nay for that? And Odell also did announce, and I think this will be a tie into it, that he's not dating Kim Kardashian anymore. Maybe he's worried about the drama following him there, so he's like, that's not going on. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And the NBA tonight, the Heaters are home, and they are right now getting 3 points against Golden State. Got to look into that, see what's going on. If somebody is out in that game, maybe there was an announcement. We will look into it. But it looks like maybe Jimmy Butler could be out. Lakers on Milwaukee tonight. Milwaukee laying 9.5 to the Lakers. LeBron has been injured lately. Check that. Oklahoma City against New Orleans. In this series, Oklahoma City does own New Orleans. Dallas and Sacramento. Sacramento -1. Only a few games tonight in the NBA. Very small lines in both of these games. Obviously, the Bucks and Lakers, that's 9.5. Dallas is 8-1 to spread in their last 9 games. Wow, that's a great trend if you've been betting the Mavericks. Dallas is also 8-1 in the last 9 games straight up and 8-1 against the spread. Whew, that is pretty amazing. But Dallas does not have a good record against Sacramento. They are only 1-5. When you're looking at trends, we're looking at Dallas and we're looking at Sacramento. Sacramento's 4-1 straight up in the last 5 games. Also, the total has gone under in 8 of Sacramento's last 9 games. So that might be something to look at, the under. When you look at college basketball and the madness, the games are set for Thursday and Friday, the Sweet 16. Jimmy has 11 correct out of 16. I give him an A+ on that. Great job, Jimmy. Clemson and Arizona. Arizona laying 7. San Diego State and Connecticut. Connecticut laying 9.5. Alabama, North Carolina. North Carolina laying 4. Illinois and Iowa State. Ooh, that's going to be a tough game, baby, right there. I'm leaning toward Illinois. I am. Getting a 2.5. North Carolina State and Marquette. North Carolina State was 100-1 when this started, and they are getting 6.5 from Marquette. Gonzaga and Purdue. The line was 4.5. Now it's 5. Now these lines will go up depending on the action that comes in on these games. So they might be better for you to wait, or hey, you want to get involved now. Like Purdue opened up at 4.5, pending on where you're shopping. And when I say pending on where you're shopping, that means where you're betting. But now Purdue is 5. Duke and Houston, I think is going to be a great game. Friday night, Duke getting 4 points. Creighton and Tennessee laying 2.5. That is your Sweet 16 right there. All good games. And all games that I'm going to be very involved in watching and checking out Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday, we go into the Elite Eight, and you have the Florida Derby. That's going to be very exciting. The Derby, obviously, once a year comes out, and they do it at Gulfstream Park. I've been there many, many times. If you can get down there and enjoy yourself, you will have a very good time. I suggest you go down there. It's very cool. A lot of fun. And just a great afternoon where you're just kicking back, enjoying the live racing in Gulfstream Park. Robert Kraft did speak to the media today, and he did say that, you know what, he doesn't like the way the Patriots were portrayed in the 10-part documentary series. McDaniel spoke yesterday about Odell and the Dolphins and said that, you know what, we made him an offer, and talks are continuing on. Jimmy, do you think Odell ends up coming here or nah?
Well, they made him an offer. I guess it's a matter of whether it's enough for Odell and if any other team is showing any interest. I haven't seen anything on that, so I'll have to lean on you to that. But, I mean, they made him an offer, right? So, yeah, I could see him coming to Miami. And, you know, one thing that you have mentioned and I would agree with is he would love it down here, right? I mean, he'd love the nightlife and the lifestyle just in general.
No state tax.
In Miami, you know?
No state tax. That's the big thing. It would matter toward for me. But that's just the way I am. But I would think when you could save some kind of money like that, it's a great place to live. Miami's fun, a good team, possibly a contender. I don't know how they were going to, tune up this year. We'll see what happens. Some big drops on defense, though.
And are there any other teams that are courting him?
I don't think so. I don't know. He's not signed yet. And again, free agency is about 2 weeks old. But he is available. He was on last year. He was on the Ravens for a one-year deal, $15 million, which was a big deal for him. Remember, Kelsey only gets $14 million, so that was a good payday for him, and they didn't want him back. So that could tell you something right there. Also the thing with Odell, he's a little bit older now in his 30s. People might not feel he's worth what he once was. Can he still bring something to the table? I don't know. Obviously, the Dolphins think he'd be a good third receiver with, obviously, Tyreek Hill and Waddle, and adding that name would be a big thing, too. So we'll see what happens, but the Dolphins have said that they put an offer out there to him. If you're a Dolphin fan, what do you think? Would you want something like this? Do you think this is a good thing? Or would you say, just don't need it? Miami Heat are home tonight, and they are taking on Golden State. I am going to check the injury report, at least what's publicized for us right now, to check out what's going on, because this line did switch a little. And no big names out right now. But I do want to check it out. And usually Golden State has the Heaters number, but that's going to be a good game tonight. Steph Curry in town. Steph last game sat out, so he did rest up. So he's going to be fresh tonight when he takes on the Heaters down in South Beach. That line is Miami +3. Does look a little fugazi, that line, to me. I got to be honest with you. It has switched almost 6 points, but we'll see what happens in that game. I don't know. But I would check obviously the injuries. Who's not playing? Somebody's not playing for Miami. Maybe Jimmy Butler or Bam. Against the spread, Golden State's 38-32, and Miami is 34-36. At home, Miami is not a good team against the spread. They are 13-21. The Golden State is 16-21 at home and 22-11 away. Golden State's better away than they are at home. And the reverse for the Heaters. Heaters are not good at home when they're playing. Against a point spread, that is. Ohtani did have a press conference yesterday addressing the gambling situation, saying that he did not gamble in any shape or form, and Major League Baseball is looking into it. I don't know if it goes anywhere. I'm sure they just want to let it die out. But, Jimmy, what are your thoughts? You think anything comes out big after this? Does it look fugazi to you with this money being taken out of his account, or do you think this is it?
Yeah, I think something is right. I don't know if he's just trying to cover up for his interpreter, and because he likes him and that type of thing, right? He has a lot of trust in him. They were friends for years and everything. So, does he know that he was gambling and he's just trying to cover up for that, or was he actually gambling himself? That I didn't really know going into it, and I don't know. You kind of made me think, well, maybe that is part of it. If that's the case, I wonder how much the feds are going to get involved with this. Obviously, gambling not legal at all in California, so that's a big issue there, and that might mean that the law gets involved. This may be above the Major League Baseball. I mean, that's the kind of the way I go and look at it. So.
Well, first of all,
I agree with you that his money doesn't get released without his knowledge.
Nope.
I don't understand how he can deny that part unless he somehow, when you have like a trust or something because of the fact that maybe he doesn't know the laws here, he allowed somebody else, but not him, not the interpreter. That would be like a lawyer or somebody that could maybe possibly, control his funds. That's the only way. I don't see that side of it. I don't think that he, he's got to know about that.
No doubt about it. When you're wiring money out of your account, if I'm wiring money out of my account to your account, I have to give the authority, me as an individual. It's going to Jimmy, whatever, yada, yada. I've had some real estate transactions over the years where I had to give the authority of where it went, the account.
Yeah.
You can't call up for me and say, hey, I want to take X out of that. And when you're talking amounts of money of $4.3 million, I'm sure they're looking into it. It's not like you're transferring $800 on Zelle. I mean, there's no way. He could say what he wants right now. Also, he did not want to answer any questions. He said, I'm not answering any questions. He did just
that's smart. I mean, anybody would. I mean, you should, right? At that point, if there's some legal ramification, it might come back. That now the attorney starts talking.
Yeah, I just think it's a little. There's something there, and I'm sure this story was going on for a while before it broke, like most stories in all aspects, not just sports. And it is somebody who finds out. Again, we always talk about where does this come out? This has got to be somebody inside that knows about this to have his account and be in whereabouts of saying, hey, $4.3 million was transferred out to a bookmaker, by the way, not to a bank, not to Tony, we use a common name, got $4.3 million. And also, that's a little odd for me where a bookmaker would get this kind of money because you got to be like, what am I doing with it? How are you going to explain it? What the hell did you get $4.3 million?
Hey,
I mean,
that poor guy.
Yeah. He
got roped into this.
I mean,
hey, man, I'm just trying to make a buck.
Yeah, I got gas is expensive in California. You put in over $10,000 in your bank, and you know what? They notify the IRS. $4.3 million? I don't know. You don't want to accuse anybody or just say what it is, but to me, there is more to this story. I think it's an iceberg where there's a lot more underneath. Personally.
There's a lot of onions here.
Yeah.
A lot of onions.
Yeah, and I just think it's going to come out more and more. He is the face of baseball right now. They love him, and not just America, worldwide. So I think they don't want any problems.
Worldwide, key.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, and you're tying billions and millions of dollars to it. And this is one of those situations. Now, he had one thing in the offseason. Obviously, he signed with the Dodgers for a mega, mega deal. Came from the Angels. He got married. Nobody knew about it. That was another thing. Not that it's his personal business. Tua did the same thing. But now this broke. It just looks a little shady. He is lucky, I think, on the one area where he has somebody as an interpreter in between him and the media. Because if he was a regular, somebody who just sits there and grew up around here, he have the reporters all over him constantly. So nobody can really get to him because he'd be like, I don't even know what you're saying.
He can. It's easy for him to dodge it. I don't want to say play dumb. It's a bad way of saying it, but you get my point with that. He can plead ignorance there where he doesn't know what's going on and being said. But do you think he actually did the gambling? You think it was him?
I don't know.
It sure leans that way, right? I mean, you got to.
I don't believe the story he's saying. Let me put it that way.
Right.
I don't.
Well, it changed.
Yeah, it changed. From the beginning, he was helping him. Now he got robbed. And when his story changes that quick, I don't know. Like I said, I think there's more to the story that may come out, and it may not. Like a lot of things in life. Major League Baseball don't want no more problems.
Yeah, they may be like kind of ixnay on the Otana A.
Yeah. They're like, we're going to investigate it. I don't know how long they're going to look into it. You've heard people compare him to Pete Rose already. We're going to talk to Mike about it, big baseball fan. Again, the interpreter was in the dugout, which is, rare. situation.
And is this something to where he had an influence over the outcome of some of these games too? See, I don't know any of the games that they're talking about as far as that were wagered on.
Well, he was in the dugout, and he was playing on Dodger. He was playing.
And it was their games?
All that hasn't come out there, but they're
okay.
assuming.
Right, okay.
Because he was there. And like we said, there could be certain injuries, certain problems.
Because, I mean, there's that age-old question, right? So and this was part of the article that I read a couple days ago, like, do you think it's okay that a ball player, and we'll just stick with it, could be anybody, the coaches too, but a ball player where he wagers on sports, but it's not his sport?
No.
Or things like that, right? And some, like you would say no, right? That's your feeling right away. And what are the rules? I don't know what the rules are.
I would say if they want to go into casinos, it's fine if they want to bet, but I would not let anybody bet on any sports. That's if I was the commissioner.
Right.
You want to go to a casino, a horse track, that's fine. But I wouldn't say that, it's one of the things, too, now that we have with the NFL with marijuana, where some states it's legal. But it's also you can get penalized, when you do a drug test. That comes up a lot. The NBA was having that problem for years. Now they took that away from when they do their physicals. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things. The NFL also has a strict rule, where nobody can bet. You can't bet if you play on a team, if you work for the team, if you're an announcer for the team.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody.
Freaking ball boy. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
If you're involved with the team, you can't bet. Right. But I think there's that gray area where people always ask, like, well, can I bet on basketball if I play football? Can I bet?
Right, right. And that was my ultimate question there. Should it matter if you don't have, or even at this, here he is. He's a baseball player. Is it okay for him to bet on a Houston Yankees game that he has no influence over the outcome of that game?
No.
That's the thing. Like, even whether it's his own sport or another sport,
no.
If he can't influence the game, would it, should it be okay, right? And that's something that they're all kind of going through with the more legalization that's out there.
Well, the thing is, he may know something that we don't know. Somebody's hurt. Somebody's shoulder can't pitch right. Somebody's not going to play that we would not know.
Inside information.
Yeah.
That
Just
the
like Wall
average
Street.
public wouldn't know.
No,
Okay.
I don't believe that we know everything anytime. Anyway, you hear injury reports.
Especially with...
Yeah. So I don't believe that. And then when you do hear something, remember years ago, oh, God, who was it? Sam Darnold for the Jets. Maybe that Sunday he came out and he had mono. Remember, I don't know if you remember a couple years ago.
Yeah. And he got the nickname.
Yeah, and he didn't play. Now, the Jets ended up playing Buffalo. Buffalo beat them, but that spread like wildflower before the game, and the line got changed. That was inside information. But I don't think they should be able to bet on anything.
Right.
I just don't think so. And in the same sport, of course not. I don't think so, because you're going to know things. You're friends with people. You see something. Hey, how you feel today? Oh, I feel terrible. I mean,
it's one of those things that because of the profession that you chose, you give that up in life. You can't do that in life. And it's just, unfortunately, it's part of the gig.
Well, the thing is, too, why do people gamble for most part? They gamble to win money and for the excitement. And also, you look at these guys at the professional level, not college, they're making millions of dollars. So what is really going to get them off? You know what I mean? Is they're going to bet $500? Is that going to really matter?
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah,
right,
so you would
assume
no. You would assume no.
But they got to bet bigger for it to have an impact on them.
Just like it does. Now, Ohtani, with his situation, when you hear the word millions tied to anything, hundreds of thousands, you hear it, all of a sudden, it gets your attention, like anybody else. You know what? If you said, well, Ohtani's account, you know what? It was, I don't know, $800. Like, who cares? $4.3 million? That's a lot of money to put to somebody.
But should it matter?
Yes. Well, in actuality, no, but I think it gives the story more credibility and more believable.
Yeah. Well, it sounds worse. Just if nothing else, it does sound worse.
Well, again, because I think when you're dealing with millions, it would be like my bank account or yours is missing $40. You know what I mean? I might not notice $40, but I'm going to notice $40,000. $4.3 million, sorry, that's missing. You know what I mean? You just got to see it. You're like, where the hell is this money? And who did it? I mean, that's the whole thing that they're dancing around like that. who gave the authority to wire it.
And the original story was that he did send the money and he was doing it to help him. Now all of a sudden
it's changed.
He doesn't know anything about it.
Nope, he doesn't know anything about it. And
I mean, if that isn't a red flag, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
really, honestly, I don't care who was betting. Just that alone, that little factoid alone, is just such a bright star to me.
Well, any time in life you change any story, it's not good. Yeah. I don't care what it is. If you go with A and then you go to B, people look at you, go, wait a minute.
Yeah, I helped him out. Oh no, I don't know anything about it. What?
Yeah. So we're gonna see
what? What?
Yeah, we're gonna see what Major League Baseball does. Obviously, it's the beginning of the season this year. He's on the Dodgers, one of the biggest franchises in baseball, along with the Yankees. It's gonna be interesting. I think 3-4 weeks from now, you'll probably hear that he did nothing. They investigated, and there's nothing there.
Did they sweep it?
I think so. That's my opinion. I don't have anything to go by it. Don't know anybody in Major League Baseball, but I think so. I'd be very surprised if something came out that was different. You know what I mean? Where they were like, hey, you know what? This is what's going on. It goes back to allegedly years ago with Michael Jordan with the NBA, where they said that did he retire or was he told to retire? It's still a rumor that 20 years later we'll never know.
Okay.
And then also his gambling issues that he supposedly had, and then his dad's mysterious death. Right. I mean, that'll always be out there.
Yeah.
It's never going to be solved.
Black cloud, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, it's gambling. Now, to me, if I found out somebody was throwing a game, would it affect me personally? No. I would still watch. I would still bet. I feel like it's a tax that goes with it. It's going to happen here or there. But I don't know about the average fan. I don't think the average fan will have a problem with it. I mean, years ago in Europe, there was many problems with soccer games. A few years ago, one of the biggest sports that they said that was always fixed was tennis. That they had big investigations.
Really?
Oh, yeah, tennis. Millions of dollars was put on tennis, and they said players. And not top-ranked guys like 50th or 60th that you could bet on in Europe.
They're barely getting by, really. I mean, some of those lower-level players.
Yep.
Golf is another one as far as, like, you have a bigger pool of guys that don't make the millions of dollars, and you get a nice little payday every now and then just to knock a couple strokes off or something. Yeah, I could see where that would be easy to do. Again, tennis, same thing.
Tennis is easier because it's me against you. With golf, because somebody could have just a fantastic day. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're playing against 70 guys. But I'm playing you in tennis, man, all day long. Sorry.
Yeah. You can miss, if you want to throw a game.
And you're talking about other sports where they talk about things happening. In any other sport, there's many people involved. Obviously, you figure it out. But if you're in a position where you're controlling the ball, like a point guard, like a quarterback, a receiver, there's been stuff already. I don't think anything that could come out there that would ever affect people from watching or betting. I just think the excitement is too much. I was around a couple guys, I would say, when did Florida get sports betting? A couple months ago, right? 4 months? 5 months?
Yeah, about that.
And they're in their 40s, 50s, never bet in their life. Never bet in their life because they thought, it was illegal. Obviously, they didn't want to do it. Now they're betting. They're like, their whole life changed. Like actually watching the games, being involved in games, and saying to me like, oh my God, like this is a whole new life that I never did.
Yeah, I've seen it myself.
Yeah, and then you get involved in it, and then you're like, if you heard something, you're like, it's a bump in the road. So what? Somebody's accused of something, but I still got my action, and I still want to bet because you get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I mean, that's what ends up happening. But I think for the sports itself, I think the average fan wouldn't care. I really don't.
No. Especially with this.
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest popular sports that we don't even realize if you want to call it a sport or not is wrestling. And people for years knows it's not real. You got 100,000 show up for a wrestling match. I know they're not betting on it, but 100,000 to any event, 90, that's huge.
And they did a great job of making the theater of the whole thing as a show, right? Yeah. And they really have done a great job at that. I've told the story many times that, I saw the Wild Samoans one time live and in person, and I could hear them telling each other what they were going to do. And it ruined it for me. It absolutely
you were
ruined
younger.
Because I was a sophomore in high school, right?
15.
And I believed it back then. but it wasn't as showy as it is now, right? It was back in the Bob Backlund, Iron Sheik, and it was a lot more believable back then. And then when I saw it in person, I was like, wow, it looks so much slower in person, and you can hear them. And oh boy, it ruined it for me. But what they created after that with Hulk and the storylines and everything, I think they've done. And then, of course, it got into the different genres and generations of wrestling, and they did a great job. Certainly make it entertaining.
Yeah, it is entertaining. And you know what? Like I said, hundreds of thousands of people go. Yeah. They're sold out all over the place.
More now than they were back then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how much. And the pay-per-view.
Yeah, and the other thing is people know more now it's fixed. Yeah. Like it's not real. Not fixed, but it's not real. People don't care.
And they don't care.
They don't care.
Because they're getting a great show. That's all they care about.
So, again, a lot of the stuff is going to happen in sports.
And the other thing with that, too, is, I mean, it's fake in a way, like, who's going to win and all that stuff. But, I mean, a guy going 6-8 feet in the air and jumping down onto the canvas, that's not fake. I mean, they're doing that. They're basically stunt guys and girls too, because you got the whole female side of it too. Yeah. I mean, they are putting their body in and getting hurt and everything like that. So it's not completely fake.
No, and you're gonna definitely. But the people, again, in their mind, they have enough to where they're so excited about it. WrestleMania, whatever it is, 87 people sold out. AT&T Stadium, 100,000 people. I mean, it's crazy. So we'll see what happens. Again, it is the Greek Zone on Real Radio 921. We're going to end up talking about a lot of different things. We got Mike calling us. Some breaking news today in the NBA. Draymond Green and Steve Kerr were separated at practice after getting to a argument. Green was supposedly choking out the coach. That's not a good thing. Jesus. This is being broken out by the NBA executives. Not a good situation. Draymond Green is coach, and that may affect tonight's line. We'll see what happens with that. We're going to come back with Mike. We're going to talk a little bit about what we just started talking about with Ohtani. We're also going to talk about the NBA. We'll talk about Florida Derby and March Madness and so much more in the Greek Zone. We're always sponsored by Jason Weiser, the experience you need for the justice you deserve. We'll be back.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I like Hollywood Auctions. What just sold?
Wayne Knight's shaving cream can. Remember he used that to smuggle the dinosaur embryos in Jurassic Park?
Oh, I have one of those at home.
You do?
It's a knockoff. Yeah, it's like, what's it, Barbasol? But it has a false bottom. You can undo it and hide money in there or jewels, and now I can never use it. But anyway.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday, April 1st. Watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. And listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otezla Adrenalast is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers. This March at Wendy's, get a Dave's single for $1 or Dave's double for just $2 with the in-app offer. Limited time offer at participating U.S. Wendy's. Redeem in Wendy's app. Account registration required. See offer in Wendy's app for details.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Progressive presents Precious Moments.
Hey, Jess, want to come for a ride on my motorcycle? You know, we can talk about our feelings and explore our emotional compatibility.
I thought you'd never ask.
The exchange you just heard didn't actually happen, but it could. Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive, and you could use the savings to make sure the motorcycle is always ready for your dream girl. So keep the dream alive and the savings coming with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Car accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Accident in Green Acres. It's Melaleuca Lane at Haverhill Road. No major delays on our expressways. Drive times are up to speed, moving along nicely on the Turnpike and 95. That's traffic on Toonie Stewart.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
I mean, are you kind of picturing the act happening in the vehicle?
Yes, I'm picturing a hooker, but
Okay.
that's what
So
people do when they pick up hookers.
You're picturing, she's
cons-
picturing the act happening in the
Yeah.
car. Well,
Yeah.
then you would get pulled
I'm
over
not picturing
anybody.
that you're taking her to
Dairy
the
Queen?
park or something. Yeah, you're giving her a ride.
Well, if
I'm
you're-
picturing what hookers do in vehicles.
But if there's anybody in your car and you're having sex with, you're going to get arrested. You can't have sex in your car.
Oh, I know that.
Okay, so what's the difference between a hooker and your wife? Same thing.
Either way, you're getting arrested.
That's nice. Thank you.
What's the difference between your hooker,
I know.
a hooker, and your wife?
Talk to your wife about
That's
that.
going to be great.
Bring that up tonight.
That came out clear.
And the day of love. It is the Penthouse.
Valentine's Day.
Only here, people. And Franny started this conversation, not us.
No, this started.
I have a high tolerance for swallowing that much. I'm sabotaging your computer system later.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. He shoots, he scores! Light the lamp, bitches. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Getting ready for the madness that's coming at us Thursday and Friday. Saturday and Sunday will be the Elite Eight, and then next weekend it will be the Final Four. In women's last night, Iowa did win, so they got to the Sweet 16. They beat West Virginia last night. But it is the March Madness that we are very concerned with. How is your bracket? That's what everybody's asking. Jimmy pulled a nice 11 out of 16. I'm going to give that a B, A-. Great job by that, Jimmy.
Well, thank you.
Greek Zone is always sponsored by Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. 561-689-8180. If you get into an accident, it does suck, and you need some help, and you also need some good information. Call Jason Weiser. They'll help you in all areas and give you the guidance you need during a bad situation. An accident suck. They change your whole life. But make sure you call Jason today. He's been my attorney for 20 years and does a bang-up job. On the Greek Zone, every day we do have an expert with us or a person who does know about sports betting, and today is no different. We got our good buddy Mike, who fills in the locker room, horse aficionado and an owner of a horse, and also picked the Florida Derby last year and the Kentucky Derby. Mike, how are you today?
Greek, I'm doing good, and don't forget the Belmont Stakes as well.
Okay, sorry. That's why we are friends, because we tend to like our own horn.
No pressure here, Mike. No pressure at all, but we need a winner, of course.
First to tell you about it, too.
Mike, let me ask you, you're a baseball buff, the Ohtani thing. Where do you think it goes? Does it go anywhere? Do you believe what he's saying, even though the story has changed twice? And when you're wiring money, you have to do it out of your account. So what do you think?
So that means somebody had to have unauthorized access to his account. It's a little fishy to me, specifically just because being around gamblers, most of my life and knowing how it works, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense as to why, how the story came out first, and it's changed hands a couple times. The gut reaction to fire him immediately, who's his best friend. It's just a little sketchy to me, and I think I've told you, and I may have said, Jimmy, I just don't see the MLB really stepping in here to really take an active look at this, because it just would hurt them too much.
There's no doubt about it. And we're talking about a lot of money, too. We're not talking about $800 on Zelle. We're talking about $4.3 million to a bookmaker. And also on the bookmaker, I'm thinking to myself, why would you even want that kind of money in your account?
That's correct. Yeah, and especially so a lot of illegal books now, I think, are somewhere overseas or near seas is the way they really say it. And I just don't understand. When you look at gambling, and especially now that most of the professional sports have bought into it, you see so many stories. I'm sure we're going to touch on the NBA player, who's got caught up in some prop bets, but it just doesn't make any sense. And especially, so close to the vest, keep it away from you. I mean, this guy was in the dugout.
Yeah.
And I know the stories are that he was betting on other sports, but I'm sorry, unless you give me a transcript of every single bet that he put in, I'm not believing it.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see what comes up. And, of course, when the story broke, obviously, was something that shocked the world, and the story has changed. When a big story like this changes, you're going to get people right away being skeptical of, hey, what the hell is going on? And I've said this before, and you being in the gambling world, obviously, like myself, I don't think the fans care, to be honest with you. I mean, I think if it came out, anything, people, maybe raise their eyebrows a little, talk about it. But I don't think makes people stop watching or stops them from betting. What are your thoughts?
No, it's pretty much the same thing. I'm going to continue to bet. I may be pissed off in the moment, but I mean, look at Phil Mickelson. This is very reminiscent of the same thing. And there's rumors that Phil Mickelson bet on golf.
Yeah.
Whereas Ohtani has claimed and his camp has claimed that there are no bets that came from his interpreter that are even baseball bets. But again, I still like to see that. But no, I don't think fans really care. They're going to continue to bet, continue to watch. I mean, if I was a Dodger fan and I'm not, I'm just hoping this whole thing gets cleared up. I'm not going to, be any ill will towards the fact that we signed the best player in baseball. And, whether he did it or whether he didn't, or it's just bad company, regardless, it doesn't look good on him, doesn't look good on the game of baseball, especially when Pete Rose is still relevant in today's talk around, any kind of bar or sports talk when it comes to gambling. And this is very reminiscent of something in that nature. Obviously, it's not the same thing because there is no proof of it. But still, I mean, it doesn't make any sense for someone who's getting paid all that money to even mess around with.
Yep. We're talking to Mike, who is a horse aficionado. Now, the Florida Derby is coming this Saturday. We're not going to ask you for a pick today because we'll get you in the locker room. But Jimmy said there are 11 horses that he sees entered into the race. Anything that you look at early on that you think might be in the top three? Yeah, so the first thing I look at is post position. And I'm really excited for the Florida Derby. It's probably the best event we have here at Gulfstream Park, which I encourage, any listener who hasn't been down there to get down there in Greek. I'm sure you do the same thing. It's a beautiful place. There's a lot of things going on. It will be a huge party this weekend as Florida gets their Derby prep race. So post position would be the first thing. Now, Fierceness is the 8-5 morning line favorite. Did not do well in the Holy Bull a few months back. He's 8-5. Going from the 10 hole, it's a lot more ground to cover than someone who's in 1 through 5, let's say. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I like him in that spot. It's a lot of ground. He's going to come over quick, long on the dirt. Dirt typically takes a lot more out of the horses than the turf does. You're able to kind of get away with it in the turf race. Dirt race, not so much. I don't know if I like that post position, but I will tell you, and someone that loves long shots like yourself, there's quite a few in this race, and they're all in the middle of the pack. So it might be well pressed to see a long shot come out of this race with a win. Yeah, I'm loving that, baby. Because you know me with long shots. You were with me recently at Gulfstream when we hit a bomb, a gray horse at a 7, and the excitement was building on me that day when we brought it home. It was a great time. It sure was. Yeah, so we do have some long shots. We got about 4 or 5, I think Jimmy said earlier, that are between 20 and 30 to 1. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, they got the 5 and the 6 are the 2 ones that I'm looking at. The 5 is Real Macho, which is the opposite of yourself. And then the 6 is Lay Down Bro, who I do like at 15 to 1. Is definitely not going to go off 15 to 1. Will probably be 4th choice off the board. I would say it's 6 or 7 to 1. How about this horse called Seminole? When I'm thinking of Hard Rock, that is so much involved with sports betting.
Seminole Chief. He's sitting at 30 to 1 right now.
What do you think of that horse? I would, well, Seminole Chief, I mean, nice horse. When you get in these races, it's always tough. None of these horses are bad horses, and the fact that they're even in the Florida Derby says they have some sort of pedigree, some sort of track record. Throw a couple bucks, probably going to go off 45 to 1, 50 to 1. Not going to take that much money, unless there's some scratches, of course. Mike, we're looking at March Madness, and obviously you and I will bang around a little bit together, do our traditional, smoke some cigars, and watch some games. If you're lucky.
If I'm lucky, yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. But what are you thinking on a Thursday and a Friday?
You can fit us in, buddy.
Nice. Everybody in the Greek crew is the same way. That same metabolism. Same thought process. You're lucky. Getting a lot of pub right now on Purdue. A lot of people, teams are. Purdue line went up today to 5, and a couple experts that I know in the gambling world seem to like Purdue a lot. What are your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, Purdue, I was a hater after the Gonzaga game, and then I watched Purdue play on Sunday and said I kind of changed my tune a little bit. So I'm very much on the Boilermakers come Thursday. I'm also going to be on the Wildcats. I think Arizona's probably not going to stay at 7-5. So get your bets in right now for that game as well. That's one of the early games. UConn 11. Yeah, probably. I would be more impressed to say first half of that game than the game itself, especially because they almost didn't cover the last game against Northwestern, and they got off to a really, really hot start. But the game of the night on Thursday, in my opinion, is Illinois-Iowa State. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, good game.
Illini 30-1 to win the whole thing right now. I would throw a couple bucks on the Fighting Illini. 30-1. They got to win 4 more games.
All right. I mean, rock and roll. I mean, you throw enough against the wall. The thing with this is now that you got to watch when you look at the format, and you got the games Thursday night. You got Clemson, Arizona, San Diego State, Connecticut, Alabama, North Carolina, Illinois, Iowa State. Those 8. Now, the final, you got to watch when you're betting because you don't want to bet too many teams in one side. Now, if you like Illinois, okay, then you look at that, maybe another team, and then look to the other bracket on Friday where you got North Carolina State, who was 100-1 against Marquette, Gonzaga and Purdue, we just talked about. Duke, Houston, I think that's going to be the game of the night. What are your thoughts on that game?
That was what I was just going to say. To your point, you want to look at the bracket when you're putting in sort of what I guess they would still be futures bets. So let's say you're taking a team to win it all. Duke is 22.5 to 1. Illinois is 30 to 1. Both on opposite sides of the bracket.
Yep.
Face each other until they made the final. If you're going to take 2 teams, they still have pretty good odds. Those are 2 teams I'd look at. And I happen to like Duke.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people like Houston. Shed, this kid, the guard, he's unbelievable. The point guard, he could do it all. I'm excited about that game. That's going to be late. Creighton, Tennessee, another game. Very low line. As the tournament goes on, the lines do get smaller, obviously, because the teams that are playing match up pretty well. We did talk about 16 teams, and 1 and 2s are all live. All the 1 and 2 seeds are live. So you're going to see some close-edge lines. No big lines like the first round, 1 or 2. Arizona 7, and Connecticut is minus 9.5. That is the highest lines right there. On Friday night, the highest line is Marquette. Does North Carolina State, does their dream stay alive, or does it end against Marquette?
Well, North Carolina State, you and I saw them when they kind of got on their hot streak when they beat Duke in the ACC championship. Believe it or not, it was probably the best thing for Duke. Kind of came into this tournament under the radar and set themselves up for, a really good, strong Sweet 16 performance here against Houston, and they're playing really, really good basketball right now. Don't know if they match up 100% athletically, but, I mean, you never bet against Duke, never bet against some of the blue bloods in this sport. So I do think that the Blue Devils are set up for some good success. As far as NC State goes, usually when there's a break, there's some bad news. So I like Marquette a lot on Friday. I really, really do. I think eventually the luck runs out for a lot of these long shots, which it normally does.
Yep, it usually does. But, again, last year, Final Four was a lot of big things going on. FAU made it. Miami made it. Big thing for, obviously, South Florida. We had the Panthers doing very well, getting to the Stanley Cup. Hopefully that continues. But in the March Madness, we're not going to get that. We're talking to Mike, who is a horse aficionado and does fill in for the locker room and joins the Greek Zone every once in a while. NFL changing some rules, Mike. Any thoughts on some of the rules they're changing?
Yeah, I saw the challenge rule. I guess that kind of makes sense. They had the additional challenge if there's 2 correct, which is fine. The kickoff one is very, very cool, I think. It kind of became McDermott. I was listening to Sean McDermott, coach of the Bills. Jimmy, I know you're a Bills fan. Was saying that the kickoffs kind of became irrelevant. Mm-hmm. And the new proposed plan definitely makes it a little interesting, for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the rules that I think is going to be definitely changed. And there is speculation, Odell to the Dolphins. Thoughts on that being down here? Do you think that happens or no?
He'll be here for a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's, Chris Kruger, but yeah, it's going to be, he'll sign somewhere. I think he was in a bad spot in Baltimore last year, specifically with the way that offense is run. Nothing wrong with the way it is, but it just doesn't fit him. One of the reasons why I think Derrick Henry's going to do really well in Baltimore. It's just opposite styles. Tua, though, with Beckham would be a nice spot. I do think with the current receiving cast they have now with Waddle and Hill, coupled with, some of the backs they have, Odell could do very well down here and probably isn't going to cost a lot of money.
He got $14 million last year from the Ravens, which was a lot, I thought. Kelsey only made $14 million. When you look at Kelsey and Odell, wow. You want to talk about somebody's got to change their agent because Kelsey had a fantastic year, Super Bowl winner again, and does so much for his team. I think the Ravens overpaid for Odell in that situation.
I did too, and it was down to the Ravens, Cowboys, and a few other teams, and it was a guy that I think everybody still, and I say this about athletes all the time, you got to pay them for what they're going to do,
yep,
not what they've already done. And
yep.
It happens so frequently in sports, and that's a prime example. Odell Beckham, not the same player that he was 5 years ago, still a very good player at the right price.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if the Dolphins want to get Odell for under $10 million, $8 million, maybe. I can't see them signing for like $7, $8 million. And the Marlins opening up on Thursday. I know you're thinking about going down there to play the Pittsburgh Pirates. Over under on the Marlins is what this year?
78 and a hook.
And you're saying under?
I'm saying under. I just think that there's some injuries to the staff already. Braxton Garrett's not going to start the season, who was a very good find for them last year and is projected to be probably the best starter on the team this year outside of Yuri Perez. And he's still recovering from his Tommy John. So when you have a bullpen that's not already deep and you now lose two starters who typically go deep into games, it doesn't bode well for them. I mean, they signed some guys. Tim Anderson comes in a one-year deal. He's looking to rebound, but I really just don't I don't like the makeup of this team, and I don't think they did enough in the offseason. Shocker.
Talking to Mike about the Florida Derby. Now, you will be down at the track on Saturday, correct?
I sure will.
All right, so we're going to count on you for an update from Gulfstream Park for the Florida Derby and a couple picks in the races. We did touch base with Ohtani and also the NBA now having something with Porter, with possibly him coming out of a game and $20,000 bet on an over-under on his stats. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, and actually, before I came on, there's another game that the NBA is now looking into. Same scenario, betting in frequencies with a few different casinos in Vegas, and I believe in Tennessee or a different southern state. So it is not good, and that's the thing when sports get into bed with gambling, it's very dangerous now, and they're very accessible as it is with Instagram and social media and everything else, and now you see all these gambling stories come out. I mean, Greek, you saw it. I mean, the NFL's
yep.
How many players now over the past couple of years? It's not going away.
No. Also, breaking news a couple of minutes ago, maybe broken news. Draymond Green and Steve Kerr in a fist fight today at practice, and Warriors are playing the Heat tonight. And Draymond and Kerr was always a big, fan of his being a coach. But, man, this is not good news for Draymond Green and the Warriors.
Yeah, so we go from fighting the point guard last year, and now we fight the coach this year. That seems like it's pretty on point for Draymond Green and what the Warriors, I guess, kind of are these days. I mean, that's disappointing.
Yeah, not good.
Be expected. I mean, he doesn't carry himself in a very good regard. He's a tremendous player, but seems to always kind of get in trouble within his own ecosystem, which isn't good.
Yeah, I think he's done with Golden State. I think that's going to be it. All right, Mike, I always appreciate your time. I know you signed up for Tuesdays with us on the Greek Zone, so we can look forward to hearing your report every Tuesday. Excited about that. Always appreciate when you're in the locker room. But this Saturday, no pressure on you, but we do expect a winner from you on the Florida Derby. Can you promise that?
I can always promise that. And listen, not only am I going to give you a winner, but we're going to also play a nice double into the Florida Derby, and I might even give you a trifecta winner as well. So
wow.
Get your checkbook ready, or go to the ATM, whatever you got to do, and let's make some money on Saturday.
It's the least you can do, Mike.
Yeah, you are. You are a prince, my friend. You got a steak coming from me at New York Prime. We appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much.
Santa Claus comes in December. I happen to come, the last week of March.
Awesome. We love it. It's madness at a whole new
perfect timing.
Yeah, it's perfect.
How about that?
I am struggling with betting this week with Easter and March Madness and everything, but I'll get over it.
Can't you tell?
Yeah.
Mike, be good, my buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great day. Mike will be calling us on Saturday from Gulfstream Park, and he will give us an update and give us a couple of things that he likes. Again, gave us the Florida Derby winner last year and the Kentucky Derby. So stay tuned. I mean, you want to make some money. These are the guys. We have Drew Martin, Mike, Teddy Covers, Kelly Friend Veason, Rob Vino. So we got these experts are here helping you. We're giving you information on sports betting. If you're betting, you should be betting on the Hard Rock app. And also for the Florida Derby, you can bet at Palm Beach Kennel Club starting on Friday.
Any quick thought on a new kickoff rule for the NFL? It looks like they approved it 29-3.
Yeah, I have to look into it more, Jimmy.
Okay.
But I know what they were thinking about was that they were saying that the kickoff was just basically getting nobody even caring anymore. They were kicking it out, and this is going to bring it back more into the game.
Okay.
So I'll look into it.
I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. You know, I mean, every time I saw something about it, it was always to make the game safer.
Yep.
Right? So there wouldn't be as hard-hit collisions, as they say. I'm curious. The one thing that I did find very interesting in it is that they cannot wave it off. They cannot wave the kickoff.
Okay.
So that is one thing. They have to play the ball. So I kind of like that part of it. You know, the fact that they can't call fair catch. So we'll see. A couple other things too. I did notice on articles underneath that there's going to be 2 Christmas games this year. Christmas
Wednesday.
Day games because it's on a Wednesday. And, of course, we already know that they're going to be playing in Brazil, and that's going to be on streaming as well as a playoff game will be on streaming this year again. Which,
no thanks.
We had last year.
No thanks. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. We're getting close to the madness, baby. It's going to be very exciting. The Greek Zone every day brought to you by Jason Weiser, the experience you need for the justice you deserve. Personal injury attorney. Give him a call at 561-689-8180. Jimmy, with some nice 3-pointers today. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Greek. Have yourself a great afternoon. Thanks, Mike, for checking in, and thank you for listening.
Also coming up after us is the News Junkies every day. Make sure you wake up with Rover, but as we get closer to the madness, we're going to have some big picks for you guys. Hope you put some cash in your pocket. We'll be back tomorrow in the Penthouse with Francis, Jimmy, and myself. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Get a lap dance and a cigar on me. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a beautiful rest of the day ahead of us. Mostly cloudy skies clearing into mostly sunny skies by mid-afternoon. Highs will top out in the low 80s along the coastline and the mid-80s inland. And we have a strong onshore breeze, which will not only push out those clouds, but also keep our coastal communities just a bit cooler.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to forthepeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com.